Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Pursuit, Haunted Drive Home. I left the office later than I planned, but it was Friday and the week had been long. The streets outside were already bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, casting long shadows between the buildings and lending a warm, almost nostalgic filter to everything it touched. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the chill of early evening slipping through the collar and reminding me that autumn was settling in more deeply by the day. It was that peculiar time of year when the air was sharp but not yet bitter, and every breath felt crisp enough to awaken the senses. I decided against heading straight home. The apartment felt too quiet lately, almost as if the silence itself were a presence one I wasn't quite ready to confront just yet. Instead, I found myself drifting toward the small cafe on the corner of 7th and Main, the one with the chipped red awning and the faded handwritten sign that read "Open Late." It was a place I hadn't visited in a while, but its cozy interior and the promise of steam rising from a good cup of coffee were exactly what I needed to shake off the remnants of the week. Inside, the clatter of cups and low hum of conversation lapped around me like a blanket. The barista nodded a recognition that wasn't quite a greeting but felt warm enough, and I ordered the usual, a black coffee with just a hint of cinnamon. I settled into a corner booth, fronting the window where I could watch the world move in its usual, unhurried rhythm. The cafe was a quiet refuge, a bubble of soft light amid the growing darkness outside. People came and went, a mix of students with laptops, couples sharing whispered conversations, and the occasional solitary figure like me, nursing a drink and thoughts in equal measure. The scent of freshly ground beans mingled with the faint aroma of baked goods, a comforting backdrop to the murmur of life. I pulled my journal from my bag. It hadn't escaped my mind all week, the growing list of things to unpack, to understand, to decide. The words flowed unevenly at first, hesitant, as if trying to find their place on the page. But soon the thoughts found their rhythm, weaving a tapestry of reflections and questions. The way the past and present tangled in my mind, the subtle shifts I'd noticed in those around me, the quiet hopes I was reluctant to admit out loud. A sudden burst of laughter from a table near the counter drew my attention. A group of friends, clearly relieved that the week was over, were celebrating something small but significant, a promotion, perhaps, or simply the fact that they'd made it through. Their joy was contagious, and I found my lips curling into a smile. It reminded me how important these moments were, these brief respites from the grind that made the harder days bearable. As the light outside continued to fade, the cafe's interior lamps cast a golden glow, softening the edges of everything. The window fogged slightly from the warmth inside meeting the chill outside, and I traced a finger along a patch of condensation, watching it scatter into patterns. There was something meditative in the act, simple and grounding. Halfway through my cup, the bell over the door tinkled again, and a man stepped in, shaking off the rain that had begun to fall in earnest. He was tall, wearing a dark coat and a scarf loosely wrapped around his neck, his hair damp and tousled. Our eyes met briefly, and for a moment the bustling cafe seemed to hush, the recognition unspoken yet palpable. I couldn't place him immediately, but there was an unmistakable familiarity, a connection just out of reach. He ordered a tea and glanced around, then, spotting the open seat across from me, hesitated before making his way over. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, voice low but steady. "Not at all," I said, closing my journal and sliding it to the side. He settled in, the scent of pine and rain clinging to him. "It was a long time coming, wasn't it?" he said, eyes searching mine as if trying to read a story I hadn't written yet. I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of unspoken words hanging between us. "Too long," I replied softly, unsure whether to welcome this encounter or brace for what it might stir up. He smiled, a flicker of something nostalgic crossing his face. I've thought about this moment more than I care to admit. About how different things might have been if we'd met under other circumstances. The cafe's ambient noise returned, clinks of cups, murmured conversations, but our small bubble remained. Other circumstances, I echoed, tracing the rim of my cup. Do you think about what could have been often? More than I should, he confided, his gaze dropping before meeting mine again. But maybe it's time to stop living in what-ifs. There was a vulnerability there, raw and unexpected. It made me wonder how many years had passed, how many missed chances layered between us like sediment. I'm here now, he said quietly, and I want to understand what happened, if you want the same. The invitation hung in the air, fragile but full of possibility. I took a breath, the past and present converging in that cafe chair. Perhaps some stories deserved a second chapter after all. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about the emergency vehicle that had been silently following me the night before. I kept replaying the image of the driver's seat, completely empty, and the way the lights flashed without sound. It didn't make sense, and I knew I couldn't just ignore it. Something about it was wrong, too deliberate to be a coincidence. After a quick breakfast, I decided to go back to the highway. I wanted to see if I could find any clues about the vehicle or, at least, figure out where it had come from. The road was empty in daylight except for the occasional truck or car speeding by. I drove slowly, scanning the roadside for any signs, tracks, skid marks, anything unusual. About 20 miles down the highway, I spotted something on the shoulder, tire tracks that veered off into a small dirt path leading into a wooded area. The tracks looked fresh. I parked and walked over to take a closer look. The dirt was soft, and the tire imprints were deep, definitely from a large vehicle. They disappeared into the trees. I hesitated, then followed the path. The woods were quiet except for the rustling of leaves underfoot. After a few minutes, I came across a clearing. In the center sat a broken-down trailer with a faded logo I didn't recognize. The door was slightly ajar. I called out, but no one answered. Inside, the trailer was empty except for a few scattered papers and an old laptop. The laptop was open, resting on a small table, but the screen was cracked. I rummaged through the papers and found some printouts of vehicle registration documents, maintenance logs, and what looked like remote control system schematics. The documents mentioned a company called HRT&x Solutions. I took photos of everything with my phone and pocketed the papers I could carry. The laptop was useless with the screen broken, but the schematics confirmed my suspicion: the emergency vehicle was being operated remotely. The idea sent a chill through me. Someone was controlling it and watching me. Back in my car, I called the local police to report the trailer and the suspicious activity. The dispatcher sounded skeptical but promised to send an officer to check it out. I gave them the location and hung up, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. This was bigger than I thought. I decided to drive back toward town, hoping to find more information about HRT&x Solutions. The company didn't sound familiar, and a quick search on my phone showed no public address or office nearby. The only thing that came up was a small listing for a research facility about 50 miles away. My mind raced. As I drove, I noticed the emergency vehicle again. It was parked by the side of a rest area, empty as before, lights flashing in the bright morning sun. I stopped a good distance away and watched. No one was inside, and there were no footprints around it. It hadn't moved since I first saw it. My phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number: "Stop looking." The words were simple but carried a weight that made me swallow hard. I looked around, but no one was nearby. I sat in my car for a moment, trying to stay calm. Whoever was behind this was watching closely. I needed to be careful. I thought about calling someone for help, but I wasn't sure who to trust. The police might not take me seriously, and I didn't want to involve friends who could get caught in this. Instead, I decided to head to the research facility. Maybe I could find answers there. If Synertech Solutions was behind the remote control system, someone at that facility might know what was going on. The highway stretched ahead, quiet and empty. I glanced in my rearview mirror. The emergency vehicle was gone. For now. I kept my hands steady on the wheel, heart pounding as the miles ticked by. The facility's silhouette emerged against the dimming sky, a cluster of angular buildings bathed in the orange glow of sunset. Security cameras blinked from the corners, and a lone guard paced near the main entrance. I parked a few yards away, pretending to check my phone, eyes scanning for anyone I recognized. Taking a deep breath, I slipped out and approached cautiously. The guard looked up, suspicion flickering across his face, but I flashed an ID badge I'd found in the glove compartment, one of the few tangible clues I'd managed to grab. "I'm here to check on a system malfunction," I lied smoothly, hoping my voice sounded calm. He hesitated, then nodded and stepped aside. Inside, the sterile corridors smelled of antiseptic and humming machines. I headed toward the control center, where I hoped someone might explain the remote system's true capabilities. As I passed labs filled with blinking monitors and cables sneaking across floors, an uneasy feeling settled in my gut. At a terminal, a young technician glanced up as I approached. "Can I help you?" she asked, eyes wary. "I think someone's been using your remote controls for something dangerous," I said quietly. "Do you know who has access?" She hesitated, then whispered, "Only senior engineers and the director. But there's been strange activity logged, remote commands executed outside scheduled tests." Before I could press further, an alarm blared. Red lights flashed. The technician grabbed a tablet, her face pale. "We've been breached," she said. "Someone's trying to lock down the facility." Panic surged through me as I realized this was bigger than I imagined. The emergency vehicle wasn't just following me, it was part of a coordinated plan, and I was right in the middle. "Come with me," she urged, leading me toward a secure room. But as we moved, the lights flickered and the doors began to seal shut. Trapped, exposed, I realized the answers I sought might come at a price I wasn't ready to pay. The doors slid shut behind us with a mechanical hiss. "We don't have much time," she said, her voice low but steady. "The lockdown is spreading through the building. Whoever's behind this is sealing off every exit, every control point." I glanced at the tablet in her hands. Lines of code scrolled past too fast for me to follow, but what stood out was a map of the facility flashing red zones, areas already locked down. We were in one of the few safe pockets left. Why would someone do this? What's the point of controlling that vehicle remotely? I asked. "Why target me?" Maya shook her head. "I don't know. But the logs show someone's been watching you for days, tracking your route, your stops. Whoever's controlling the vehicle could be inside this facility. Or they might be outside, using this place as a command center." I swallowed hard. "So I'm trapped both on the road and here?" She nodded grimly. "We need to find the main server room. If we can override the system, maybe we can stop the vehicle and lift the lockdown." I scanned the room for any sign of a map or access codes. On a nearby wall, a faded floor plan was pinned under glass. I studied it quickly. Server room's 2 floors down, on the east wing. Maya tapped a button on the tablet. "The elevators are offline. We'll have to take the stairs. It's a long way down, and not exactly designed for quick escapes." I hesitated. "What about security? Cameras? Guards?" "There are cameras everywhere. Some are offline, but most are still streaming. I can loop a few feeds for a short time, but it won't last." She paused, biting her lip. And there's one other thing. The facility isn't as empty as it looks. We've had reports of unauthorized personnel, people who shouldn't be here. They might be working for whoever's behind this. The weight of the situation hit me harder than before. This wasn't just a tech malfunction or a prank. This was an operation, planned and executed with precision. And I was the bait. I nodded. Let's move. We slipped out into the dim corridor, Maya leading the way with her tablet in hand. I kept my eyes peeled, listening for any sound beyond our footsteps. Halfway down the hallway, a faint noise echoed, a door sliding open somewhere ahead. We froze. Maya whispered, "Someone else is here." We ducked into a small alcove, holding our breath. The footsteps grew louder, deliberate. A figure appeared at the corridor's far end, silhouetted by red emergency lights. I tried to focus. The person was wearing a jacket and a cap pulled low. No badge. No uniform. Maya tensed. We need to avoid them. The figure stopped, scanned the hallway slowly, then moved on. Once the footsteps faded, we continued, pressing against the wall to stay out of sight. Reaching the stairwell, Maya keyed in a code on a panel. The door clicked open quietly. As we descended, the emergency vehicle flashed through my mind, its empty driver's seat, its relentless pursuit. Whoever was controlling it was close, watching every move. Lower levels were colder, quieter. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and old wiring. The stairs creaked under our steps. Halfway down, a sudden sound made me freeze, a faint whisper, a voice too low to catch. Maya stopped, listening. "Did you hear that?" I asked. She nodded. We're not alone. At the bottom, the corridor stretched ahead, lined with locked doors and blinking consoles. The server room was just ahead. A keypad guarded the entrance. Maya pulled out a small device from her pocket. This should bypass the lock, but it'll take a minute. I glanced around nervously. The silence was heavy. Suddenly, the emergency lights in the corridor flickered and went out. Darkness swallowed the hall. Maya's tablet glowed faintly. Power's fluctuating. That's not good. I tried the door handle, locked tight. A low hum started, growing louder. Then, from somewhere deeper in the facility, an announcement crackled over the PA system. Unauthorized access detected. Security protocols engaged. Leave the area immediately. Maya's face went pale. They know we're here. I swallowed. We can't turn back now. The door beeped. The lock disengaged. We slipped inside the server room. Rows of machines hummed steadily, screens flickering with data streams. Maya connected her tablet to a terminal, fingers flying over the screen. "Let's find the control for that vehicle," she said. Minutes passed as she traced commands, searching for the right interface. Then she stopped. Here. The remote control feed. I stared at the screen, live camera angles from the emergency vehicle's point of view. It showed the empty driver's seat, the road ahead. The vehicle was still following me, just outside. Then a new message blinked on the screen, escape attempt detected. Initiating lockdown phase 2. Before I could ask what that meant, the lights in the room dimmed again. Outside, I heard heavy footsteps pounding the corridor. Maya looked up, urgency in her eyes. "They're coming. We need to move now." I grabbed her arm. "Can you stop the vehicle?" She shook her head. "Not from here. But maybe I can create a loop in its commands, make it pause or turn away for a short time." The footsteps grew louder, closer. I glanced at the screen again. The vehicle's headlights swept over the highway. Maya typed rapidly, sweat beading on her forehead. "Almost there," she said. The door handle rattled. "Got it," Maya exclaimed, then immediately frowned. "Wait. There's an override. Someone just canceled the loop." The footsteps were at the door. I looked back at the screen. The vehicle shifted direction, turning back toward me. Maya grabbed my hand. "We have to run." The door burst open, and two figures stepped inside, faces shadowed. One spoke calmly, voice cold. "End of the line." I realized then there was no turning back. The chase wasn't over, it was just beginning. The door slammed open, and two figures stepped inside. Maya squeezed my hand, her fingers cold but firm. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look at them. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The taller one stepped forward, hands empty, but his calm made the room feel smaller. "We want cooperation. You've been making this difficult." I glanced at Maya, who was still glued to the laptop, fingers twitching over the keys. "You're controlling that vehicle, aren't you?" "The one outside, with the lights flashing, following me?" He nodded. "We do what's necessary to keep things under control. You've been interfering with our operations." I shook my head. "I'm just trying to get away. You're not letting me leave." The shorter man moved closer, eyes sharp. "Leaving isn't an option." "Not yet." I looked at the screen. The vehicle's headlights swept the highway. It was inching closer, closing the gap. Maya kept typing, trying to break whatever hold they had on the vehicle, but her face was pale, and her fingers moved slower. "We don't want to hurt you," the taller man said. "But you need to understand why this is happening." I swallowed again, trying to calm my racing thoughts. "Why? What is this?" The shorter one leaned in, voice quieter now. "It's about control. You think a machine follows commands on its own? It's us who decide when it moves, where it goes. That vehicle is a tool, and you've been messing with it." Maya shot up from the laptop and faced them, anger flashing in her eyes. "You're using it to trap people. To track them. That's not control. That's imprisonment." "Imprisonment is a harsh word," the taller man said. "We call it protection." "Protection from what?" I asked. "From freedom?" The taller man's jaw tightened. "From chaos. From people who don't follow the rules." I looked down at my hands. The entire night had been a trap, a game I didn't know I was playing. But now I had to find a way out. "If you want cooperation, then let me go. I won't interfere anymore." The men exchanged a look. The shorter one spoke. "We can't do that." Maya stepped between us. "Then you leave us no choice." I saw her fingers moving again, this time faster, her eyes locked on the screen. The vehicle outside adjusted its position, blocking the road ahead. The headlights blinded me through the window. The taller man's voice was calm but firm. "Try to run. You'll only make it worse." Suddenly, the power flickered. The laptop screen went black. Maya cursed under her breath, pounding the keyboard. The other man moved to the door, peering out. "Backup's coming," he said. "They'll secure the area." I looked at Maya. "What backup?" She didn't answer. Instead, she yanked a cable loose from the laptop. "I'm going to try manual override. But it's risky." "Do it," I said. We don't have any other choice. She connected the cable to a port under the desk and started typing furiously. The men watched, their expressions unreadable. The silence stretched. Then, the laptop screen flickered back on. Maya's fingers moved quicker, bypassing layers of security. Almost there, she muttered. The door rattled. The footsteps from before were back, louder this time. I could hear muffled voices outside. The shorter man's face darkened. They're early. Maya's eyes widened. If they find this place, then we lose everything, I finished. The taller man turned to me. You don't want to be here when they arrive. I swallowed hard. Neither do I. Maya's screen flashed green. Override complete. I'm shutting the vehicle down. Outside, the engine sound dropped to a low hum. The flashing lights stopped spinning. For a moment, everything was still. Then, the headlights went dark. The road was empty. I looked at Maya, relief washing over me. Did it work? She nodded slowly. For now. But the system will reboot soon. They'll know we interfered. The door creaked. The two men stepped back, their faces tighter now. We're done here, the taller one said. But this isn't over. They left without another word. I closed the door behind them and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Maya shut the laptop and looked at me. We need to leave. Now. I nodded, still shaken. Where to? She hesitated, then said, somewhere they won't find us. At least not yet. I glanced back at the window. The highway was quiet again, but I knew that silence wouldn't last. We grabbed what we could and slipped out into the night, the feeling of being watched heavy on my skin. The emergency vehicle was parked at the edge of the road, its doors locked tight. No driver inside. Just a machine waiting to move again. As we disappeared into the darkness, I realized this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of a much longer chase. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, blending with the secrets we carried. The cold air bit at my face, but adrenaline kept me warm. Somewhere ahead, muffled voices echoed search parties or something worse. We needed to find shelter, a place to regroup and plan. With every step, the weight of uncertainty pressed harder, but turning back was no longer an option. The night had swallowed us whole, and now we had to survive its depths. We kept moving through the night, sticking to the tree line as best we could. I nodded. We need to get help. But who do we trust? The police? They might be part of it. She looked at me sharply. You really think this goes that deep? I didn't want to admit it, but yeah, I did. The way the vehicle was programmed to track me, the silent control, it wasn't random. Someone had planned all this. And I was the target. We talked about what to do next. Staying put meant waiting for whoever was behind this to find us. Leaving the area meant risking the emergency vehicle catching up again. The night was a trap either way. As dawn started to lighten the sky, I made a decision. We're going to the nearest town. We find a public place somewhere crowded. If they want to keep following, they'll have to do it in front of people. Sarah hesitated but agreed. We packed up what little we had and slipped back onto the dirt path, moving toward the highway again. On the way, I kept looking over my shoulder. No flashing lights this time. No eerie vehicle creeping behind us. For a moment, I allowed myself to hope that maybe it was over. But when we reached the highway, the emergency vehicle was there, parked under a street lamp. Its lights off, but the doors still locked tight. No driver inside, just I took a deep breath and stepped onto the road, waving down a car that came into view. An older man stopped, his face tired but friendly. "Need a ride?" he asked. I nodded quickly. "Please. We're being followed." The man glanced at the emergency vehicle and frowned. "You're lucky I'm heading into town." "Get in." Inside the car, I explained as much as I could. The man listened without interrupting, his eyes steady on the road. "Sounds like you're caught up in something serious," he said. "But the town's got people who might help. You're smart to come here." We arrived at a small diner, already filling with morning customers. I felt safer with people around, even if the emergency vehicle was still somewhere out there. Sarah and I sat near the window, watching the road. The man who gave us a ride stayed with us, introducing himself as Frank, a local mechanic who knew the area well. While we ate, I called a friend I trusted, a journalist who specialized in uncovering corruption and strange stories. I told her everything: the vehicle, the empty driver's seat, the way it tracked me. She promised to start digging immediately. Hours passed. The emergency vehicle never appeared. I worried the silence was just another trap. Then, Frank pulled out his phone. "I found something," he said quietly. "There's been reports of automated emergency vehicles being hijacked in this region. Someone's been using them to track and intimidate people. No one knows who, but it's tied to a private security firm that lost a big contract recently." It made sense. The vehicle wasn't supernatural. It was technology, turned against me by people who wanted control. With that information, and the promise of help from my journalist friend, I felt a shift inside. Fear didn't disappear, but it became fuel instead of a chain. By evening, the police arrived at the diner. I was nervous, but Frank vouched for me, and the journalist was on her way to meet the officers with evidence. The emergency vehicle was found abandoned on the edge of town, its systems disabled. They told me they'd investigate the security firm and the people behind the remote control system. I wasn't out of danger yet, but for the first time, I felt. Sarah looked at me as we left the diner. "You're different now," she said. "I am," I agreed. "I'm done running blind." That night, I slept without jumping at every sound. The highway was quiet, the shadows normal. The nightmare wasn't over, but I had a way forward. I learned that fear can control you, but so can determination. And sometimes, the only way to stop being hunted is to face whoever's doing the hunting and shine a light on their darkness. For now, I was ready. Morning came with a reluctant calm. The sunlight filtered through the cracked blinds, painting the room in soft gold, but inside, I was already alert, every sense tuned to the slightest disturbance. Coffee in hand, I sat by the window, watching the street come alive. People moved like usual, oblivious to the chaos threading through my mind. Sarah's words echoed, "You're different now." I wasn't sure if it was courage or stubbornness that fueled me, but I knew this wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about reclaiming control. I pulled out the small notebook I'd been keeping since everything started. Names, places, times, details that once seemed insignificant were now pieces of a puzzle I was determined to solve. I flipped to the last page, where I had scribbled a single phrase, "Find the source." That phrase felt like a challenge and a promise. No more running in circles. No more shadows lurking just out of reach. The phone buzzed, an unknown number. My heart skipped, but I answered. "Good morning," a voice said, calm and measured. "I see you're awake. We need to talk." I gripped the phone tighter. The hunt was far from over, but now, I wasn't just prey, I was a player. And this time, I intended to set the rules. Story 2, Unseen Passenger, Haunting Highway Pursuit. The sun was starting to set as I pulled onto Highway 58, the only road between the town I'd left and the city where I was headed. I noticed the car's headlights flicker once, a brief pulse that caught me off guard. Maybe they were adjusting their position or signaling me. I wasn't sure. I slowed down slightly to see if they'd pass, but the car stayed behind, matching my every move. I checked the mirror again and realized the driver's face was completely unreadable now. Shadows hid any features, and the angle made it impossible to tell if they were a man or woman, young or old. It was just a blank shape, silently waiting. A knot formed in my stomach. I thought about turning around, but the highway was a long line with no exits for miles back. The next town was still a good distance ahead. I debated pulling over anyway, but every time I looked for a safe spot, there wasn't one. The sky was darkening fast. I flicked on my headlights and windshield wipers in case the weather changed, though the air was still dry. I told myself to stay calm and keep going. I tried to focus on the road and not the car behind me. Minutes passed. The car remained close enough that I could see the headlights reflecting off the rear bumper. It wasn't aggressive, but the steady presence was unsettling. I thought about what I'd do if the car suddenly sped up or made a move. Would I pull off, or just keep driving? I glanced at the gas gauge. I still had about half a tank. The last thing I wanted was to be stranded out here with someone I didn't know watching me. Then, just as I crossed a small bridge over a dry creek bed, the car's brake lights flashed twice. I wasn't sure if it was a warning or just a reaction to the curve ahead. I hesitated for a moment, then slowed down slightly, hoping the car would pass. It didn't. The brake lights disappeared, but the car stayed behind me. The driver's face was still impossible to read, even in the mirror. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and tried the phone again. No signal. I thought about calling 911, but without service, it was useless. I started scanning the road for any sign of help, a gas station, a house, even a light in the distance, but there was nothing. The night closed in around me, and the only sounds were the steady hum of the engine and the distant, occasional call of a coyote. I tried to tell myself the driver was probably just lost, or maybe waiting for a chance to pass safely. But the way they stayed so close, never making a move, felt. I glanced in the mirror one more time. The face was still there, waiting. I wasn't sure if they wanted me to do something or if they were planning to follow me until I made a mistake. I took a deep breath and kept driving forward, wondering how long this quiet, heavy presence would last. Like a shadow cast by something I couldn't quite see, a weight pressing just beneath the surface of my nerves. The road ahead wound through thick patches of pine, their dark forms looming like silent sentinels under the faint glow of the moon. I tried to focus on the rhythm of the tires against the cracked asphalt, the steady pulse, a small comfort against the rising tide of unease. Suddenly, the car behind me flickered a turn signal, not to pass or pull alongside, but as if to suggest a detour. My heart picked up pace. Was it a warning? A threat? The sign of some unspoken pact I was supposed to recognize? I hesitated, my hand hovering over the steering wheel, before shaking my head and pressing the accelerator a little harder. The truck matched my speed immediately, its headlights unwavering, a beacon challenging me to respond. A sharp bend approached, and I took it slower, hoping the curve might give me enough room to lose them if I needed to. The stubby branches of the trees scraped against the windows as I rounded the corner, the air thickening with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The truck's silhouette emerged again, parallel to me for a moment, its driver's face obscured by shadow. Then, without warning, it slowed down, dropping back a few car lengths. Relief washed over me, brief and fragile. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a lost traveler after all. But as I glanced once more into the rearview mirror, the truck's windows went dark, an opaque blackness that swallowed the faint gleam of those cold eyes I'd seen before. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my racing thoughts. The road ahead forked, one path curling deeper into the woods, the other leading back toward the faint glow of distant town lights. My instinct screamed for safety, for the familiar, but something else nodded me, an unspoken challenge that whispered in the rustling trees. I veered onto the darker road, the one less traveled, where the underbrush pressed close to the asphalt and the moonlight struggled to reach the ground. The silence grew denser, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel beneath my tires. I felt the truck's absence behind me like a presence in itself, a void that seemed to stretch endlessly. Minutes passed, or maybe it was longer, and just when I convinced myself I was alone, the headlights reappeared in the distance, its beams slicing through the night like a searching eye. I slowed down, heart banging in my chest, and the truck stopped again at the roadside, engine idling, waiting as if for me to make the next move. I rolled down my window, the cool night air rushing in sharp and electric. The driver's door creaked open, and a figure stepped out, a man, tall and lean, his face illuminated by the harsh glow of the headlights. His eyes were the same cold, unyielding orbs I'd glimpsed earlier, reflecting something ancient and unreadable. "I'm not here to harm you," he said, voice low and steady, carrying a strange authority that made me stiffen despite myself. "But you're on a path few choose willingly. It's not too late to turn back." I swallowed hard, unable to tear my gaze away. "Who are you?" My voice was barely a whisper, carried away instantly by the night. He stepped closer, the gravel crunching beneath his boots. "A guardian. Or maybe a warning. The choice is yours now." The silence stretched again, full of weight and possibility. I realized then that this journey wasn't just about escaping the night, it was about confronting whatever had been waiting for me all along, hidden in the shadows just beyond my reach. I stayed where I was, the man's words hanging in the air. The last note was underlined twice, "Don't trust the driver." That sent a chill through me. Was that referring to the man who had just left? Or someone else? I folded the map and put it beside the phone on the passenger seat. I kept driving, glancing nervously into the mirror. The road curved ahead, and I thought I saw headlights flicker for a second behind me. I blinked and they were gone. My hands gripped the wheel tighter. When I reached the next junction marked on the map, I slowed down and looked around. The road split into two. One way led deeper into the forest, the other back toward a cluster of dim lights in the distance. They looked. I debated which way to go and finally decided to head toward the lights. If people lived there, maybe I could get help or at least a signal. As I turned onto the smaller road, headlights appeared behind me on the highway, slow, steady, like they were waiting for me to make a wrong move. I kept my foot on the gas, but I didn't look back. The road narrowed and the houses grew closer. I pulled over at the edge of a driveway, the lights from inside flickering through the windows. I stepped out and walked up to the front door, hesitating before knocking. The door opened almost immediately. A woman stood there, her face tired but kind. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm sorry to bother you," I said. "My phone's dead, and I lost signal on the highway. I'm a bit lost." She nodded, stepping aside. "Come in. You're safe here." Inside, the house smelled. She poured me a cup without asking and sat down across from me. "You're not the first one to end up on that road," she said quietly. "People come through here, but something's not right. Strange things happen. Folks get scared and leave." I told her about the man, the phone, and the map. She listened without interrupting, then sighed. "That driver you saw might be more trouble than you think. People say he's been around for years, but no one knows where he comes from or what he wants. Why doesn't anyone call the police?" I asked. She shook her head. "No one's ever found a way to prove anything. No evidence, no reports. Just stories and disappearances. Her eyes flicked to the window. If he's following you, you need to be careful. Don't let him catch you alone. I thanked her, feeling the weight of her words settle in my chest. I wasn't just lost on a road anymore. I was trapped in something I didn't understand, and someone was watching me. Back outside, the night seemed colder. I climbed into my car and started the engine. The highway was empty once more, but I knew the man hadn't gone far. I had to find a way out of this, but first, I needed to understand what I was dealing with. The phone buzzed in my pocket, a faint vibration that made me jump. I pulled it out and stared at the cracked screen. A message appeared, no number, just a single line, "You can't hide." I swallowed hard and glanced in the rearview mirror. There, just beyond the edge of the headlights, a pair of eyes watched me. I clenched the steering wheel, forcing my breathing to steady. The eyes disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, swallowed by the darkness beyond the road. My mind raced, piecing together what little I knew. Whoever was behind this wasn't just watching, they wanted to send a message. And that message was clear: running wasn't an option. I glanced down at the phone again. No contact, no signature, just those chilling words. The cold sweat on my neck prickled. I had to think fast, had to get somewhere safe. But where? The highway stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of black under the dim glow of sparse streetlights. There was an exit a few miles up, leading back toward the city. Maybe I could find a police station, or at least a crowded place. Somewhere public. I signaled and took the exit, heart pounding as the tires gripped the asphalt. The city welcomed me with its familiar chaos, honking cars, distant sirens, the murmur of late-night crowds. But even here, I felt the weight of those unseen eyes. I pulled into a 24-hour diner, the neon sign flickering like a beacon. Inside, the smell of coffee and fried eggs wrapped around me, a small comfort in the storm of fear. I slid into a booth near the window, eyes scanning the street outside, searching for any sign of my pursuer. The waitress approached, her smile polite but tired. "Coffee?" "Please," I said, voice hoarse. As she left, my phone buzzed again. I hesitated before looking. Another message: "Stop looking. Start listening." I swallowed hard. Start listening? Was this a game? A test? The diner's hum seemed to fade as I strained to catch any sound out of the ordinary. Then, faintly, over the clatter of dishes and conversation, I heard it, a soft tapping, rhythmic, coming from beneath the table. My hand shot down, fingers brushing against a small device taped there. A bug. Someone had been here, watching me even now. Panic surged, but I forced myself to stay calm. I pulled out the device carefully and slipped it into my pocket. I couldn't trust anyone, not even these walls. The door rattled as it opened, and a cold draft swept in. I looked up to see a figure silhouetted in the doorway. For a moment, the diner froze, the air thick with unspoken tension. Then the figure stepped inside, eyes locked on mine. "You're more stubborn than I thought," the voice said, low and chilling. I swallowed the urge to flee. This was far from over. The voice was calm, but something in it made my skin tighten. The figure stepped forward, but the dim light made their face hard to read. "You've been asking questions you shouldn't. That little bug you found? It wasn't meant for you. You've complicated things." I clutched the device in my pocket, feeling its cold plastic edge press into my palm. "I'm not leaving until I know what's going on." They sighed. "That's a dangerous choice." I caught a flicker of impatience, then something else, maybe annoyance. "Listen, you're clearly involved in whatever this is. If you want me to stop, you have to give me a reason." For a long moment, they just stared. Then they said, "You drove out here looking for answers. But the highway you're on? It's more than just a road. And the car behind you? It's not just a coincidence." The words landed. I glanced toward the window. The black sedan was still there, tailing me, its driver's face blank in the rearview mirror. I felt the weight of those eyes again and shivered. "Why me?" I asked. "Because you're not careful. Because you make mistakes. And because some of us watch for those mistakes." The diner door chimed again, and a waitress appeared at the counter, her eyes flicking nervously toward us before she returned to her work. The figure's presence felt like a shadow settled over the whole place. I took a breath. "If you want me to stop, then tell me what I need to do." There was a pause, then the figure leaned closer. "Keep driving. Don't look back. Don't stop anywhere you don't know. And don't trust your phone. It's more dangerous than you realize." I wanted to argue, but the look in their eyes stopped me. This wasn't about logic, it was about survival. I nodded slowly. The figure straightened and headed for the exit. Before stepping out, they glanced over their shoulder. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. The door shut behind them, leaving me alone again. The diner's hum felt louder now, more urgent. I pulled the bug from my pocket and slipped it into my jacket. If they were right about my phone, then I needed every edge I could get. I paid my bill and headed for the car, the black sedan still waiting where I'd left it. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door and slid in behind the wheel. The engine's rumble was the only sound breaking the tense silence. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The sedan stayed close, matching my speed but never pulling forward. The driver's face remained unreadable. I started down the highway, the road stretching out under the weak glow of the streetlights. The night felt heavier now, every shadow a potential threat. Minutes passed, then more. The sedan stayed behind me, steady and unblinking. I tried calling someone, anyone, but the phone was dead silent. No signal, no bars, nothing. The screen flickered and went black. Panic nudged at the edges of my mind. I told myself to stay calm. I wasn't making any sudden moves. Not yet. Then the sedan slowed, drifting just a bit farther back. I felt a flicker of relief, but it was short-lived. The car didn't turn off. It stayed on the road, waiting, watching. I forced myself to focus on the road ahead. There had to be a way out of this. A chance to shake them. But the highway was long, empty, and the night was swallowing everything else. I spotted a rest area up ahead, a small cluster of lights, a place to stop, to regroup. The sedan maintained its distance but didn't slow down. Maybe the figure in the diner was right. Maybe stopping was a mistake. But I needed to know who was behind this, who was driving that car. I pulled up the highway, heart pounding as I parked under the flickering lights. The sedan followed, mirroring my move. I sat there, engine idling, watching the driver through the rearview mirror. The face was still unreadable, but the eyes. I reached for my jacket pocket, feeling the bug tucked inside. The device was a link to something I didn't understand yet, and maybe a key to getting out of this. The driver's head tilted slightly, like they were waiting for me to make the next move. I took a deep breath and unlocked my door. The night was cold, and the silence around the rest area was thick. I stepped out, every muscle tense, eyes locked on the sedan. No one got out. The windows were dark, the engine quiet now. I walked toward the edge of the parking lot, trying to think clearly. Who was following me? What did they want? And most importantly, how could I stop it before it got worse? The phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting another warning, but the screen was blank. Then a new message appeared. Don't trust the lights. I looked up at the glowing lamps overhead. They flickered once, twice, then steadied. Something about the message hit me wrong. The rest area wasn't safe. Not at all. I turned back toward the car, but the sedan's headlights switched on again, cutting through the darkness. The engine roared, and the car started moving toward me. I stepped back, heart racing. There was no turning back now. The headlights grew brighter, blinding me momentarily. I ducked behind a nearby tree, breath shallow, eyes straining to make out the driver's face through the windshield. I stayed crouched behind the tree, watching the sedan's headlights slice through the darkness. I swallowed hard. The voice was male, maybe mid-30s, normal enough. But the way he said it didn't feel normal. I'm just waiting, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. For my phone to get signal. He laughed quietly. No signal out here. That's why you stopped, right? I nodded slowly. Yeah. Could you maybe give me a hand? Just need to figure out where I am. He didn't answer right away. Instead, the headlights went off, then back on. The sudden darkness made my heart jump. When they flickered back on, the window was up again. Look, he said finally, I don't want to cause trouble. Just figured you might be better off with some company out here. Why are you following me? The words slipped out before I could stop myself. There was a pause. Then the car shifted. I'm not following you. His voice was firm now. I just want to keep you safe. Safe. The words sounded strange coming from someone who'd been shadowing me for miles. I thought about asking for his name, where he was headed, or why he'd been behind me so long, but none of it felt right. Instead, I said, I'm going to keep moving. The sedan didn't respond immediately, but the engine revved. The car started to pull away slowly, then stopped again a few yards down the road, headlights pointing straight at me. I looked back at my phone. Still no signal. I had to make a choice, stay here and wait for dawn, or try to get away now, even if it meant risking something worse. Then I noticed something else. A figure at the edge of the rest area, near the building's entrance. Not the driver, someone else. A woman, I think. She was watching me, hands in her pockets, standing perfectly still. The sedan's driver must have seen her too because the car's lights flickered again. The woman turned and disappeared inside the building. I squinted toward the rest area entrance. The door creaked open slowly, then closed behind her. That didn't make sense. If they were trying to keep me safe, why send someone inside? Or was she the reason I was being watched in the first place? I glanced back at the sedan. The driver's face was still unreadable in the mirror, but now I saw the tension in his shoulders. He wasn't relaxed. He was waiting for me to react. I decided to approach the building. If someone was inside, maybe they could help. Or maybe they were part of the problem. As I walked toward the door, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call from an unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. A voice whispered, "Don't trust the door." I froze. The line went dead. I stood there. The door a few feet away, the sedan idling behind me, and the rest area silent except for the faint hum of the streetlights. I realized then that I was caught between two unknowns, one inside the building and one behind the wheel, and neither was giving me a clear way out. I took a deep breath and reached for the door handle. Whatever happened next, I had to face it head on. There was no turning back. The cold metal of the handle bit into my palm as I gripped it, muscles tensing for whatever waited on the other side. The whisper's warning echoed in my mind, an unshakable undercurrent of dread settling in my gut. I hesitated, fingertips brushing the rough wood paneling, then the handle twisted slowly. The door creaked open, revealing nothing but darkness, swallowing the weak glow from the hallway behind me. I blinked, straining my eyes, and then saw it, a faint glimmer from the far corner. Shapes began to emerge, shadows bending and stretching, forming jagged outlines against the cracked linoleum floor. The air smelled of damp concrete and something metallic, like old blood. I took a cautious step inside, the door creaking shut behind me with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The room was empty, or at least it looked empty. My heart hammered as my eyes adjusted, scanning for movement. Then I caught it, a flicker of something white near the back wall. A figure, hunched, barely moving. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" My voice cracked, swallowed by the thick silence. A raspy breath answered from the shadows. The figure shifted, and I made out a face, gaunt and pale, eyes sunken into dark hollows. "You shouldn't have come here," it whispered, voice rough as gravel but urgent. "Why? What's going on?" I demanded, stepping closer despite the creeping fear. "Who are you?" The figure's eyes darted toward the door I'd just come through, the one I'd been warned about. "They're watching. The door isn't just wood and metal. It's a barrier and a trap." My mind reeled. Watching. Who's watching? Before the figure could answer, a sudden sound cut through the silence, a sharp metallic click from behind me. I spun around just in time to see the door slam shut, locking itself with a definitive thud. The key turned in the lock on the inside, confirming my worst fear. I was trapped. Panic surged. I lunged at the door, pounding on the cold surface. "Let me out. Please." No response. The sedan's engine outside had grown louder, the car inching forward slowly, headlights piercing through the grimy windows. The figure stepped closer, voice barely a whisper now. "They're closer than you think. You need to leave now." I backed away, looking frantically for an exit. Windows were barred, and the decaying walls offered no other doors. My breath came in ragged gasps as the hum outside grew into the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching the building. "I don't understand," I said, voice shaking. "Who are they? What do they want?" The figure looked away, pained. "They want to keep the secret locked in here. This place, it's a prison. For knowledge, for truth. And you're the key." Before I could ask more, the front door rattled violently, the lock clicking as something or someone pushed against it from the outside. The room plunged into deeper shadows as the lights flickered and died. The only sound was the slow, steady approach of footsteps on the cracked tile, and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I swallowed hard, gripping the door frame, and whispered to myself, "There's no turning back." The lock finally gave way with a sharp click, and the door swung open just enough for a sliver of cold night air to spill into the room. I couldn't. My whole body was frozen, every nerve straining to catch a detail in the dark. The figure from before slipped inside, closing the door softly behind them. The shadows clung to their face, but I recognized the same tired eyes, the worn coat. "They're still out there," they said quietly. "Waiting. You need to come with me." "No," I said, my voice cracking. "I don't know who you are or what this place is, but I'm not going back out there." "Not yet." They hesitated, then nodded. "I understand. But you can't stay here either. We don't have much time." I glanced around the room again, nothing to defend myself, no windows to escape through. The walls were stained and crumbling, like the building had been abandoned for years. There wasn't even a phone signal to call for help. I swallowed my fear and stepped away from the door. What exactly are they after? I asked. What's the secret? The figure sighed and sat down on a broken crate. This place used to be a research facility. They were working on something that could change everything. But when the project was shut down, the truth was buried along with it. The people who wanted to keep it quiet will stop at nothing to make sure no one finds out. I looked at them, trying to piece it together. And me? Why am I the key? You stumbled on information you weren't supposed to see. That's enough to put you in danger. But you also have something they don't, a way out. I frowned. What way? They reached into their pocket and pulled out a crumpled map, unfolding it carefully. There's a back road, a dirt path just a few miles from here. It's rough, but it leads to a small town. If we can get you there, you'll be safe. I took the map, studying the faded lines. It looked more like a sketch than a real map, but it was better than nothing. How do I know you're not leading me into something worse? The figure met my eyes steadily. You don't. But I'm your best chance. I hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Let's go. We moved quickly, the figure leading the way through a side door that I hadn't noticed before. The night air hit me. I glanced back, the hallway behind us was empty, but I could still hear faint shuffling and low voices from the main entrance. We stepped into the darkness and started down the cracked pavement outside. The sky was clear, the stars distant and indifferent. The figure glanced over their shoulder, then pointed toward a narrow dirt road veering off the highway. That's it. If we stick to this path, it'll take us around the main road where they're watching. I followed, adrenaline pushing me forward despite the uncertainty in my chest. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump, but the figure kept a steady pace. After about 10 minutes, we reached a small clearing where an old pickup truck was parked. Here, they said. I can drive you out of here. I climbed in, heart still thudding. We pulled away slowly, the tires crunching over gravel. For the first time since I'd arrived in that building, I felt a flicker of hope. Who were they? I asked. Government agents, private contractors. I don't know exactly. All I know is they've been watching this place for years. They want to control the narrative, keep people from digging too deep. I nodded, trying to absorb it all. And the secret? The driver shook their head. I'm not at liberty to say more. But if you want answers, you need to get to the town. There's someone there who can help. We drove in silence, the truck rattling along the rough road. After a while, the forest thinned and streetlights appeared. The town wasn't much a cluster of small shops and houses, but it felt. We stopped in front of a modest house with curtains drawn tight. The figure turned to me. Wait here. I'll be back soon. I watched as they disappeared inside, the door closing quietly behind them. Minutes passed, each one stretching longer than the last. I kept my eyes on the street, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows. When the door opened again, the figure came out with a woman I hadn't seen before. She looked calm, but there was a sharpness in her eyes that put me on edge. This is Sarah, the figure said. She knows about the project and can help you. Sarah nodded. We've been waiting for someone. Someone who can bring the truth out. I took a deep breath. What do I need to do? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. For now, you rest. Tomorrow, we'll start planning. This isn't over, not by a long shot. I settled into the house, exhausted but oddly relieved. The fear wasn't gone, but it felt manageable now. I wasn't alone. As I lay there, I thought about everything that had happened, the locked rooms, the footsteps, the unreadable face in the car behind me. I realized I was no longer just running. I was fighting to uncover something bigger than myself. And for the first time that night, I felt hope flicker within me, a fragile light in the darkness, promising that maybe, just maybe, I could find the truth. The morning sun filtered through the cracked blinds, casting long shadows across the floor. I sat up slowly, muscles aching, but my mind was sharper than it had been in days. There was no time to waste. Outside, the neighborhood stirred awake, oblivious to the secrets lurking beneath its quiet surface. I pulled on my jacket and glanced at the small notebook where I'd scribbled everything I could remember, the strange symbols, the hurried notes from the voice on the phone earlier, the directions I'd found scrawled on the back of that torn photograph. I needed answers. Someone had to know what was really happening. The phone buzzed on the kitchen counter, making me jump. I snatched it up, heart pounding. "Hey," a familiar voice said softly. It was Mara. "I'm okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "For now. But I need your help." There was a pause, then a gentle exhale. "I thought you might. Meet me at the old bookstore on Main in 30 minutes. Bring everything." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "I'll be there." After hanging up, I grabbed my bag and stepped outside. The air was crisp, carrying the smell of rain from earlier. As I locked the door behind me, I noticed a glint on the sidewalk, a small, weathered key. Picking it up, I turned it over in my hand, wondering what door it might unlock. Somewhere deep down, I knew this was just the beginning. The pieces were starting to fall into place, and with Mara by my side, maybe I could finally start putting the puzzle together. Story 3, Shifting Clearing, Gateway Beyond Reality. I thought the cabin's clearings were peaceful places to think until everything started shifting in ways I couldn't explain. The air thickened with a strange energy, subtle at first, like the slight hum of distant thunder. I brushed it off as my imagination playing tricks on me, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up anyway. The trees around the clearing seemed to lean in closer, their branches swaying despite the absence of wind. Shadows pulled unnaturally beneath their gnarled trunks, dark and dense like ink spreading across parchment. I took a step further into the clearing, determined to shake the growing unease. The sky above was a sheet of muted gray, the sun too dim to cast real warmth. Yet, despite the dull light, the colors around me felt oversaturated, greens too vivid, browns too rich, as if the forest itself was painted in hyperreal hues. I blinked, trying to steady my senses. Then came the sound, a low, melodic whisper, rising and falling with a breeze, or with no breeze at all. It was a language I didn't know, yet it tugged at something buried deep inside me, a memory I couldn't place, a feeling I couldn't name. I spun around, searching the tree-line for the source. Nothing, just the trees and their unreal shadows. I realized the ground beneath my boots had changed. The moss that had once been soft and springy was now brittle and cracked, like dry clay. I knelt and pressed my fingers into it. The surface crumbled slightly, releasing a faint dust that sparkled faintly in the muted light, like powdered stars. I inhaled sharply, the scent sweet and strangely metallic. A sudden movement caught my eye. A figure, barely visible, flickered between two ancient oaks at the edge of the clearing. It was human-shaped, but not entirely human, its edges blurred and shimmering, like a reflection in disturbed water. I stood slowly, heart pounding. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure paused, then stepped forward, but each step rippled the air around it. As it drew closer, I could make out eyes, deep pools of liquid silver, reflecting everything but revealing nothing. The face was familiar yet alien, as if carved from the same strange light that surrounded it. "I've been waiting," the figure said, voice soft and distant, like echoes in a cavern. You've come far, but the path is shifting. Are you ready to see what lies beyond the veil? I swallowed hard, the weight of those words settling deep. Beyond the veil. What veil? And what lay beyond it? The cabin's peaceful sanctuary had become a threshold, a gateway to something unfathomable. Who are you? I managed. The figure smiled, a gesture both warm and chilling. A guide, perhaps. A reminder of what you've forgotten and what you must remember. Before I could ask more, the clearing began to ripple, the edges dissolving into waves of light and shadow. The trees stretched, melting upward into a vast sky filled with swirling stars and nebulous clouds of color. The ground beneath me softened until I felt myself sinking, weightless, drifting between worlds. Memories flooded me, faces I couldn't quite place, feelings of loss and hope intertwined, moments of joy and pain from a life not entirely mine. I saw flashes of a city bathed in twilight, a hand reaching out, a promise whispered long ago. The guide's silver eyes held me steady as the visions poured over me, overwhelming yet deeply familiar. When the world settled, I found myself back in the clearing, but something had changed. The air no longer hummed with tension, instead, it pulsed with quiet anticipation. The figure was gone, but the echo of their presence lingered. I looked down and noticed a small object resting on the moss, a pendant, delicate and intricate, shaped like a crescent moon cradling a tiny star. I reached out and picked up the pendant, its cool surface smooth against my skin. As I held it, a faint warmth spread from the metal into my palm, as if the trinket carried a heartbeat of its own. The guide's voice, soft and steady, broke the silence. It chooses you now. The path ahead will not be easy, but this will help you find your way. I turned the pendant over, noting the fine engravings that almost seemed to shift under my gaze, revealing symbols I couldn't decipher but instinctively understood to be protective. The moss beneath me felt softer somehow, cushioning not just my body but my resolve. I slipped the pendant over my neck, the chain settling delicately against my collarbone. Immediately, the forest around me seemed to breathe deeper, the shadows retreating just enough to reveal a narrow path winding into the trees. Steeling myself, I stepped forward. The guide's silver eyes flickered once more, a silent promise of guidance, before they vanished entirely. The path ahead was uncertain, shrouded in mystery and the weight of unspoken history, but with the pendant's gentle glow as my compass, I was ready to face whatever awaited beyond the edge of the clearing. Each step echoed softly, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots mingling with a distant melody carried on the wind, an ancient song that seemed to call my name. As I ventured deeper, the forest canopy thickened, filtering shafts of pale light that danced around me like fragments of forgotten dreams. Somewhere ahead, the faint outline of a forgotten ruin shimmered through the mist, inviting and ominous all at once. I paused, breath catching in my throat. The journey had only just begun. I stood at the edge of the clearing, the pendant's soft glow steady against the growing shadows. The narrow path ahead twisted between the trees, its direction uncertain but impossible to ignore. The forest felt alive in a way that unsettled me, the air thick, the silence heavy. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound besides a faint, distant melody that. It wasn't like any song I'd heard before, more like fragments of a tune caught between memory and dream. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the path and the faint shimmer of the ruined structure ahead. The ruins emerged slowly through the mist, broken stone and fallen pillars tangled with vines and moss. It looked abandoned but not entirely forgotten. I circled the edge, careful not to disturb anything. The pendant's light pulsed gently. Then I noticed something, scratches on one of the upright stones. At first, I thought they were just natural marks, but they were too deliberate, arranged in a pattern. I crouched down, brushing away dirt and leaves. The scratches formed letters, though some were faded. It looked like a message, but I couldn't read it. I pulled out my phone to take a picture, hoping to examine it later. The screen flickered, then went black. Frustrated, I tried again. Nothing. The forest. I tucked the phone away and stood up, feeling the weight of watching eyes. I decided to search the ruins more thoroughly, hoping to find something that explained the scratches or the pendant's connection to this place. Inside, the broken walls framed small alcoves. One held a weathered journal, its cover cracked and stained. I opened it carefully, the pages brittle but intact. The entries were written in a neat, cramped hand. They spoke of a man named Elias who had lived here long ago, someone who had sought peace in the forest but found only confusion. His words grew more frantic with time, mentioning shifting trees and memories that didn't belong to him. He wrote about a pendant, much like mine, that seemed to hold a power he couldn't control. As I read, a chill ran down my spine. Elias described how the forest twisted his past, changing his memories until he couldn't tell what was real. His last entry was a warning not to trust the clearing or the pendant. The handwriting suddenly stopped mid-sentence. I closed the journal and looked around. The forest no longer felt. It was something else, a presence watching, waiting. I tried to shake off the growing unease. I needed to understand more. I stepped back onto the path. The pendant's glow led me onward, deeper into the trees. The melody returned, clearer now, and I realized it was a voice humming, soft and haunting. I followed the sound until I found a small clearing I hadn't seen before. In the center was a stone altar, worn smooth by time. On the altar lay a wooden box, closed but unlocked. I opened it slowly. Sounds impossible, but it happened. Inside were old photographs and letters, yellowed and fragile. The photos showed a family I didn't recognize, smiling faces frozen in time. Some pictures were taken near this very cabin, others in places I didn't recognize. One photo caught my eye, a man holding a pendant identical to mine. I flipped through the letters, reading fragments about loss, regret, and something called the forest's gift. The words hinted that the forest could rewrite memories, trapping people in cycles they couldn't escape. I swallowed hard. Was that what was happening to me? Was this why I felt disoriented? Why parts of my past seemed wrong? Suddenly, a voice called out behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but no one was there. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches moving without wind. The pendant pulsed urgently in my hand. I realized then that the forest wasn't just rewriting my past, it was trying to draw me in deeper. I had to find a way out, or at least understand what was happening before I lost myself completely. The ruins, the pendant, the strange memories, they were all connected. But how? I knew I couldn't stay here. The path back to the clearing had disappeared, swallowed by the shifting trees. Panic rose, but I forced myself to stay calm. If the forest was rewriting my past, maybe it was hiding the way forward, too. I took a deep breath and stepped away from the altar, scanning the trees for any sign of the path. That's when I saw it, a faint glow between two trunks. Without thinking, I moved toward it, hoping it led somewhere better. As I stepped through, the world seemed to ripple, the air thickening around me. When the light faded, I found myself somewhere new, a place that looked familiar but wrong. The trees were taller, the shadows deeper. And in the distance, I heard the same haunting melody, calling my name again. I realized then I wasn't just lost in the forest. I was caught in its story, trapped in a past that wasn't mine but was becoming mine all the same. And the forest wasn't done with me yet. The melody grew louder, weaving through the thickening fog like a thread pulling me deeper. Each step felt heavier, as if the ground beneath me remembered every secret I never wanted to face. The air pulsed with a silent warning. Escape was no longer a choice, but a test. The melody didn't just call me deeper into the forest, it wrapped around my thoughts like a noose tightening with every step. I blinked, trying to place her, but the memory twisted again. I wanted to ask who she was, how she knew me, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I said, "Where am I? What is this place?" She took a step closer, and the ground beneath her feet. This is the part of the forest where stories go to die. You stepped beyond the edge of your past, and now it's rewriting you. I swallowed hard. Rewriting me? What do you mean? She gestured toward the trees. Every step you take changes something. Your memories, your choices, even your reasons for coming here. The forest traps those who wander too far by making them forget who they were. That hit me harder than anything else. I was losing myself piece by piece to some force I couldn't fight. I tried to hold on to the last clear memory I had of the cabin, of the peace I thought I'd find there. But even that flickered and dimmed. Is there a way out? I asked, voice tight. She shook her head. Not unless you can find the truth buried beneath the lies the forest plants. But it's not an easy truth, and it's not always the one you want to face. Suddenly, the melody shifted. It grew louder and more urgent. The woman's eyes locked on mine. You have to decide. Stay and become part of this place, or leave and risk losing everything you think you know. I looked around. The glow between the trees pulsed again, brighter now. The fog began to thin in that direction, but the path back was gone, swallowed by shadow. The forest was demanding a choice, and I wasn't sure I was ready to make one. Wait, I said, stepping forward. What truth? What lies? She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and disappeared into the trees. The glow dimmed, and the fog crept back in, thick and cold. I was alone again, caught between the past the forest wanted to rewrite and the memories I was desperate to hold on to. The clearing I'd hoped would bring peace had become a trap. There was no turning back. I took a deep breath and moved toward the faint light, knowing that whatever waited ahead, it was the only way forward. The forest had me now, tangled in its story, and it wasn't finished rewriting my past yet. The faint light pulsed ahead like a distant heartbeat, beckoning me through the dense underbrush. Every step felt heavier, not from exhaustion, but as if the forest itself resisted my passage, roots twisting beneath my boots, grasping at ankles that wanted only to flee. Yet I pressed on, driven by a fragile thread of hope that any revelation lying beyond that glow would finally untangle the knots of my past. As I drew closer, the fog thinned slightly, revealing the outline of an ancient stone archway, half swallowed by moss and vines. It stood crooked and weathered, a doorway to nowhere, or perhaps a threshold to something I'd long sought but never found. The air around it shimmered faintly, a ripple like heat on pavement, though the cold bit at my skin still. I hesitated, fingers brushing over the rough stone, feeling the pulse of something beneath the surface, something alive. A whisper rose on the breeze, soft, fragmented syllables that seemed born from the wind itself, or maybe from the stones. I strained to listen, heart pounding in sync with the murmurs. They weren't words I could understand, yet their cadence felt familiar, as if echoing memories buried deep inside me. The forest wasn't just rewriting my past, it was calling me to remember something I'd forgotten, or something I had never dared to confront. I stepped through the archway, and the world shifted. The cold fog vanished as though sucked into the earth, replaced by a shimmering twilight that bathed a sprawling glade in ethereal light. Trees arched high above, their branches woven into a cathedral of leaves, casting fractured shadows on the ground. In the center stood a pool of water so still it mirrored the sky, the surface unbroken except for ripples that spread outward from a single stone resting at its edge. Drawn to the pool, I knelt beside it, tracing my fingers through the cool water. The reflections blurred, then sharpened into scenes, visions seeping from the depths, unfolding like a tapestry stitched from fractured memories and whispered truths. I saw flashes of a younger me running through these woods, laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. But the joy was edged with something darker, a figure trailing behind, indistinct but menacing, shadows pooling beneath his feet. A sudden chill prickled my spine as the water's surface shattered, fragments spinning away like shattered glass. The glade darkened, shadows pooling beneath the trees, creeping toward me. I scrambled back, heart hammering, but the space around me contracted. The forest wasn't just a witness to my past, it was a participant, intent on dragging the secrets I'd buried into the light. "Why are you here?" a voice whispered, low and rough as bark scraping stone. I spun around, but the glade held no one. The voice echoed again, closer this time, almost beneath my skin. "You can't run from what lies beneath." The stone at the edge of the pool glowed faintly, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my racing heart. Against every instinct screaming to flee, I reached out and touched it. The moment my skin met stone, the world tilted and blurred. The glade dissolved, replaced by a flood of colors and sensations, pain and fear, hope and loss, all rushing through me like a storm breaking free. I saw her then, my mother, her face pale and eyes wide with unshed tears, reaching for me just beyond the reach of a shadowed figure. The scene shifted, revealing the truth I'd long denied. The man who haunted my childhood was more than a specter in the woods. He was the fracture in my life, the wound the forest now sought to heal or expose. The tide of memories crashed over me, relentless and raw. I collapsed beside the pool, breath ragged, hands trembling. The forest waited, patient and unyielding. I stayed by the pool longer than I intended, my hands still pressed against the cool stone as the images faded. I froze. The voice was the same one I'd heard earlier, but this time it wasn't a whisper in my head. It was real, close, and speaking directly to me. My heart sped up, but I forced myself to answer. "Who's there? What do you want from me?" No reply. Just the rustling of leaves, like the forest was breathing around me. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the voice. Every step felt heavier. The shadows between the trees shifted again, forming shapes that looked almost human. I blinked, and they were gone. The forest was playing tricks, twisting my mind and memories. Suddenly, I stopped. Ahead, in a small clearing, I saw a figure. It was a man, but his face was blurred. He didn't move, only stood there watching me. I recognized him before I even got close. The shadowed figure from my memories, the one who had haunted my childhood. My mouth went dry. "What do you want?" I asked again, my voice barely more than a breath. The figure didn't answer. Instead, the ground beneath him cracked, and the earth. From the fissure, a faint light glowed, and I heard a chorus of voices, fragments of memories, whispers of pain and regret. The forest was showing me everything it had swallowed, every secret it had buried. I stepped closer, drawn by the light and the voices. "Why are you doing this?" "Why me?" The figure's outline sharpened for a moment, revealing a face twisted with sorrow. Then, I hesitated but didn't step back. I needed answers, even if they were painful. The moment our hands almost touched, the light exploded, and I was thrown backward. I landed hard on the ground, gasping. When I looked up, the clearing was empty. The figure was gone, and the fissure had closed. I sat there for a long time, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what I'd just seen. The forest wasn't just rewriting my past, it was forcing me to face it. The man from my childhood wasn't just a memory or a ghost, he was part of the forest's story, part of its power. I stood slowly and wiped the dirt from my clothes. I had to keep moving. Staying still meant the forest would consume me, rewrite me until I was nothing but a shadow in its endless maze. As I made my way back through the twisted trees, I realized something else. The forest wasn't just changing my past, it was reaching into my present. Every step I took, every breath I drew, felt like the forest was pulling me deeper, closer to some final reckoning. Then, just as I neared what I hoped was the edge of the woods, I heard the voice again, this time inside my head, clear and cold. "You belong here now." I stopped dead. The trees around me seemed to lean in, their branches creaking softly. I was no longer sure if I could leave. The forest wasn't just a place anymore, it was a force, a will that wanted me to stay, to become part of it. I knew then that the only way out was to confront whatever lived beneath the surface of those memories. If I ran, the forest would come after me, twisting my past until I was lost forever. If I stayed, I might find the truth and finally break free. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. The clearing where I touched the glowing stone was behind me, but the path forward was into darker, thicker woods. I didn't know what waited there, but I had no choice. I started walking. The forest watched, waiting for me to make the next move. The air grew heavier with each step, as if the trees themselves exhaled a breath long held. Shadows lengthened, stretching like fingers eager to snatch at my resolve. The ground beneath was soft and damp, muffling the sound of my footsteps, but I could still hear the faint rustling of leaves and the distant call of unseen creatures. It was a symphony of quiet menace that pressed in from all sides. I forced myself onward, fingers grazing the rough bark of an ancient oak. Its surface was scarred with strange symbols, half erased by time. Somehow, they felt familiar, tugging at the edges of my memory. I tried to decipher them, but the meaning slipped through my mind like smoke. Still, the sensation was enough to remind me that this forest was not just a place but a repository of forgotten truths. A sudden snap, a twig breaking beneath something heavy, made me freeze. Heart hammering, I scanned the underbrush. Nothing moved. Yet, I could feel eyes upon me, probing, curious, maybe even wary. I wasn't the first to tread these paths, but perhaps the first in a long time to seek answers rather than flee. Further ahead, the darkness seemed to eat at the light. The canopy thickened, branches intertwining overhead until only slivers of sky remained. I glimpsed stars, faint and cold, blinking like distant witnesses to my journey. I wondered if anyone else had ever looked up here, searching for meaning in the vastness. The path forked unexpectedly. To the left, a narrow trail spiraled downward, disappearing into what looked like a hollowed grove. To the right, the woods opened slightly, revealing a stone archway covered in vines and moss. The archway pulsed with a faint blue glow, reminiscent of the stone from the clearing. It was as if the forest was presenting me with a choice: delve deeper into the earth, or pass through the gateway to a place unknown. I hesitated, the weight of the decision anchoring me. But the forest had already decided for me. A soft wind stirred the leaves, whispering through the branches in a voice that was both foreign and intimate. It spoke my name, carried fragments of forgotten lullabies and warnings. I stepped toward the archway, drawn by its eerie light. Crossing beneath the stone, the air shifted. The scent of damp earth vanished, replaced by something metallic and cold. The trees were gone now, replaced by towering walls of granite etched with unfamiliar runes. The world felt smaller, constricted, yet charged with energy. I realized I had entered a place between places, a threshold not just of geography, but of reality. Here, memories no longer whispered, they shouted. Faces, moments, feelings surged around me, tangible and raw. I saw flashes of laughter and pain, love and betrayal, moments I thought lost or edited by time. The forest had not only preserved these fragments but amplified them, demanding that I confront every shard of my fragmented past. And in the center of this space stood a figure cloaked in shadows, neither friend nor foe. It gestured for me to come closer, as if the final chapter of my journey waited in its grasp. I swallowed my fear and stepped forward, ready to face whatever truths lay hidden in the heart of the forest's memory. The figure nodded, almost kindly, then stepped back into the shadows. The walls started to dissolve, the runes fading until only the trees remained the real trees, not the granite prison. The air changed again, the metallic cold retreating, replaced by the damp earth and pine scent I had first come to the cabin seeking. I was back in the clearing. But something inside me had changed. The forest still felt alive, still watching, but it was no longer twisting my memories to trap me. Instead, I sat on a fallen log and let the silence wash over me. The nights ahead would be quieter, I hoped. I wasn't sure if anyone would believe what I'd experienced, but I didn't need them to. I had faced my past and survived. The next morning, I packed my things with a steady hand. The cabin looked the same, but I knew it held no power over me anymore. I walked the path back toward the road, the forest opening up. As I reached the edge, I glanced back once more. The trees stood still, their branches no longer shifting or whispering. The forest had done what it needed to do. I had finally done what I needed to do. I stepped onto the road and didn't look back again. The road stretched out ahead, a ribbon of gray cutting through fields that ripened gold in the early sunlight. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of earth and wildflowers, a quiet promise of new beginnings. With each step, the weight on my shoulders seemed to lessen, as if the forest behind me had drained away more than just shadows. I walked with no particular destination in mind, letting the rhythm of my feet guide me. The village lay several miles ahead, a small cluster of homes nestled beneath rolling hills. I hadn't set foot there since before the cabin, before the memories and fears had taken root so fiercely inside me. Now, I was returning as someone different, someone who had faced the darkness and emerged whole. By the time the sun climbed high into the sky, the village came into view, smoke curling lazily from chimneys, children darting between cottages, and the distant clatter of a blacksmith's hammer ringing through the air. It was a simple place, but it held warmth, and in that warmth, a kind of promise. I crossed the main square, noticing familiar faces peeking over garden fences or pausing in their conversations to glance my way. Some eyes were wary, others curious, but none held the judgment I had once feared. They had their lives, their routines, and I had mine, now unburdened and unbound. At the edge of the village stood the old inn, its weathered sign creaking gently in the breeze. I hesitated only a moment before pushing open the door. Inside, the murmur of voices and the aroma of stew and fresh bread greeted me like an old friend. I found a corner table and sat, the chair creaking softly beneath me. For the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to breathe deeply and relax. A few moments later, a woman approached, a waitress with kind eyes and a gentle smile. "You're back," she said simply, setting down a mug of steaming tea. "We weren't sure if you'd come." I smiled faintly. Neither was I. She nodded knowingly and moved on, leaving me to the quiet comfort of the room. I sipped the tea, feeling its warmth spread through me, grounding me in the present. The hours passed, measured by the shifting light through the windows and the ebb and flow of patrons. I watched the village life unfold, a child chasing a dog, an old man sharing a story, a young couple stealing shy glances. It was ordinary, mundane, but in its ordinariness was a beauty I hadn't appreciated before. As evening approached, I stepped outside. The sky blazed with the colors of dusk, painting the clouds in hues of amber and rose. The road behind the village stretched onward, winding toward places I had yet to discover. For the first time, the future seemed vast and open, not a narrowing tunnel of fear and regret. I found a bench beneath a sprawling oak and sat, letting the quiet settle around me. The forest was out of sight now, but its lessons lingered like a faint pulse beneath my skin. I thought of the cabin, the shadows, the whispers, and of the strength it had taken to walk away. A soft rustle drew my attention, and I turned to see a figure approaching, a man, familiar yet changed. Samuel, the village blacksmith, who had once offered me comfort with quiet understanding. "I heard you returned," he said, his voice low but steady. "Thought you might need a friend." I nodded, a warmth spreading through my chest. "I think I do." He sat beside me, and together we watched as the stars began to prick the darkening sky. The world was vast, and though the past held its shadows, tonight, under this open sky, hope felt tangible. For the first time in a long time, I believed in the possibility of peace. The silence between us was easy, unforced, like the gentle hum of the night itself. Somewhere beyond the hills, an owl called out, its voice a soft reminder that life persisted despite everything. I took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill my lungs, and allowed myself to imagine a future where healing wasn't just a distant dream but something within reach. Story 4, The Haunting at Blackpine Camp, Reality Unravels in the Woods. I didn't plan on going back to that campsite. But sometimes, the past has a way of catching up with you, no matter how far or fast you run. When the sun dipped low behind the hills, casting long shadows over the cracked earth, I found myself sitting on the edge of an old, forgotten trail. The wind whispered through the dry grass like a voice I tried to forget, pulling memories from the depths of my mind. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into the dirt beneath me. The campsite was a scar on that landscape, a place where laughter had once been drowned out by fear and regret. I convinced myself that walking away was enough, that leaving was closure in itself. But closure is a lie we tell ourselves when we want to stop hurting. Because the truth is, some wounds don't heal, they fester. They become part of you, a secret weight you carry in silence. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I stared at the stars, a sparse scattering of cold lights in the vast, indifferent sky. Each one was a reminder of how small and lost I felt, how insignificant my pain was compared to the universe's endless expanse. Yet, in that insignificance, there was a strange kind of freedom. If the universe could go on without me, maybe I could find a way to go on too. Morning came with a brittle chill, and I packed up the remnants of my camp. The rusted tin cans, the half-burned logs, the crumpled maps, all echoes of a journey I wasn't sure I wanted to finish. I set off down the trail, my steps slow, weighted with more than the pack on my back. Every crack in the path, every twisted route felt like a reminder of the choices I'd made, choices that led me here and choices I still had to make. As I walked, the landscape began to change. The barren plains gave way to groves of gnarled trees, their branches reaching out like pleading hands. The air grew thicker, scented with pine and damp earth. Somewhere ahead, a brook babbled quietly, breaking the silence like a whispered secret. I followed the sound, feeling the tension in my shoulders ease ever so slightly. When I found the water, clear and cold, I knelt down and cupped a handful to my lips. The bitterness of it was a shock, sharp against the dull ache inside me. I splashed some on my face, hoping to wash away the memories that clung like cobwebs. Sitting back on a mossy rock, I let my mind wander. The people I'd met on this road, the alliances forged and broken, the promises whispered under a sky much like this one. It wasn't just a physical journey, it was a reckoning. A test of who I was, who I wanted to be. I thought about the others. Some were still out there, chasing their own ghosts, carrying their own scars. I wondered if they felt this same restless pull, this hunger for something more than survival. Because surviving was one thing. Living, that was the real challenge. The sun climbed higher, and I stood, brushing the dirt from my sleeves. Ahead lay a fork in the trail. To the left, the path climbed steeply into the mountains, shrouded in mist and shadow. To the right, it wound gently through the valley, where wildflowers bloomed defiantly among the rocks. I hesitated, heart pounding in my chest. The left promised danger but also answers. The right offered safety, but maybe also stagnation. I realized then that running wasn't the answer. I had to face what awaited me, whatever form it took. Taking a deep breath, I chose the left path. The climb was arduous. My legs burned, and the air grew thin and cold as I ascended. The mist thickened, swirling around me like a living thing, obscuring the way forward. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the mountain itself resisted my progress. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, shapes that vanished whenever I tried to focus on them. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment and told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the mist and fatigue. When I opened them again, the path narrowed, flanked by jagged rocks that jutted out like broken teeth. I had to scramble, using every ounce of strength in my arms and legs to pull myself up. The wind howled around me, carrying voices, whispers, barely audible but unmistakably there. I stopped and listened, heart hammering. The voices spoke in a language I couldn't understand, yet their tone was unmistakably urgent, warning me to turn back. But I pressed on. Finally, the path opened onto a small plateau, where the mist was thinner and the moonlight spilled over a carved stone altar. Ancient symbols were etched into its surface, worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Somehow, I knew this was the place I had been searching for, the heart of the mountain's secret. I approached cautiously, fingers tracing the faded markings. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the ground beneath me. Rocks tumbled from the cliffs above, and the altar vibrated as if alive. From the shadows beyond the plateau, a figure emerged, a tall silhouette cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "Why have you come here?" the figure asked, voice echoing like the mountain itself. Swallowing my fear, I met those luminous eyes. "I came for answers." The figure stepped closer, the mist swirling around them like a shroud. "Answers come at a price. Are you prepared to pay it?" I nodded, resolve hardening within me. Whatever lay ahead, I could no longer turn back. The path I had chosen was not just a climb up a mountain, it was a journey into the unknown depths of myself. The figure's voice still echoed in my ears as I stood frozen by the altar. I swallowed hard. I need to know what this place is. Why it feels like something's wrong. He nodded slowly. "That's why I'm here. There's something in the air around this mountain. People don't realize how dangerous it is until it's too late." I glanced back at the altar, the carved symbols. "What do you mean?" "Dangerous how?" He pulled a small notebook from his jacket pocket and handed it to me. "Read this. It's from the last group that came through here. They didn't make it out the same." I flipped through the pages quickly. The handwriting was shaky, uneven, like someone writing as their mind slipped away. The entries described headaches, confusion, strange visions, and memories that didn't add up. One name mentioned frequently was Camp Hollow, a small campsite at the base of the mountain. "Camp Hollow," I repeated. I didn't see any signs of it. He shook his head. "It's not on any map." The campers there started forgetting things, where they were, what day it was. Then they got violent, paranoid. Some never left. I looked up. "What caused it?" He sighed. "That's the problem. No one knows for sure. Some say it's chemicals leaking from old mining sites nearby. Others think it's natural toxins in the soil or water. Whatever it is, it messes with your head." I felt a chill. "Have you felt it too?" He nodded. "I've been here long enough to notice. At first, it's subtle. Then reality starts to warp. You question what's real. That's why I stay on the move." I closed the notebook, my mind racing. The journal entries matched some of the things I'd been experiencing, moments when my senses felt off, when I wasn't sure if I'd seen or heard something correctly. "Can I see where Camp Hollow is?" I asked. He hesitated, then pulled out an old map, yellowed and creased. "It's here, hidden in the trees. It's easy to miss if you don't know what to look for." I studied the map, comparing it to the path I'd taken. "I'll go there tomorrow. I need to understand this." He nodded. "Be careful. Don't trust what your mind tells you out there." The weight of his words settled over me as he melted back into the shadows. Alone again, I sat by the altar, the journal heavy in my hands. The next morning, I woke early, the notebook open beside me. I reread the entries, trying to piece together what had happened to those campers. The words grew more erratic near the end, names crossed out, dates changing, people questioning if they were even there. It was clear their memories were unraveling. I packed my backpack with essentials and set out toward the area marked on the map. The trail was overgrown, branches scraping at my sleeves, the underbrush thick enough to slow my pace. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man from the night before, but I was alone. After an hour, I spotted what looked. Rusted tent frames poked out of the undergrowth, and a faded sign half buried in dirt read Camp Hollow. The place looked abandoned for years, yet the smell hung heavy, damp earth mixed with something chemical, sour and sharp. I moved carefully through the tents, noticing empty cans and scattered belongings. A small, torn journal lay on the ground near one of the frames. I picked it up and wiped off the dirt. The handwriting inside was frantic. One entry mentioned a strange taste in the water and headaches worsening each day. Another described seeing people out of place, calling names that didn't belong to anyone nearby. The last page was a list of symptoms: memory loss, paranoia, hallucinations. The final line was a shaky scrawl: "We're all losing ourselves." I looked around, feeling suddenly uneasy. The forest. My head throbbed, a dull pain spreading from my temples. I forced myself to focus, to remember why I was here. I pulled out my water bottle, hesitating before taking a sip. The taste was faintly metallic, unlike any water I had before. I set the bottle down, deciding not to drink any more until I could find a safer source. I moved toward the creek marked on the map, hoping to find fresh water. The sound of flowing water grew louder. But when I reached the bank, the creek was discolored, a murky brown streak cutting through the clear surface. Dead leaves floated on top, and the smell of chemicals was stronger here. I knelt down and dipped my hand in the water, pulling it out quickly. The cold felt wrong, almost oily. That's when I noticed the trees lining the creek. Their bark was sickly and peeling in places. Some leaves were yellowed, others curled and brittle. It was clear the contamination wasn't just in the water, but in the soil and air too. I backed away, my head spinning. The journal had warned about toxins, but seeing the damage firsthand was worse than I expected. If the campers had been exposed to this every day, it made sense their minds would slip. I started heading back toward the camp, planning to examine more of the area. But halfway there, I heard a noise, a rustling from the underbrush. I froze, scanning the trees. It was too quiet to be an animal. "Hello?" I called out, my voice steady but cautious. No answer. I took a few steps forward, then stopped again. Something wasn't right. The silence was too complete, too unnatural. Then I spotted movement, a figure ducking behind a tree, watching me. I blinked, and the figure vanished. My pulse quickened. Was I imagining things? The headache worsened, and I rubbed my temples, trying to clear the fog. I decided to leave the campsite and head back to the trail. I didn't want to risk getting lost or worse, trapped here with whatever had been watching me. As I walked, I kept checking over my shoulder, but the forest remained still. The man's warning echoed in my mind, "Don't trust what your mind tells you." By the time I reached the base of the mountain, the sun was dipping low. The empty campsite faded behind me, but the unease stayed. I knew I had to learn more about the contaminant and the people who had come before. If the environment was poisoning minds, then this was bigger than just a forgotten campsite. Back in the small town nearby, I stopped at the local library hoping to find records or news reports about Camp Hollow or any environmental warnings. The librarian was reluctant at first, but when I mentioned the mountain and the old mining activity, she directed me to a shelf of archived newspapers. Pages yellowed with age told a slow story. A mining company had operated here decades ago before shutting down after reports of worker illnesses. There were mentions of chemical spills and a lawsuit filed by local families, but the case was dismissed for lack of evidence. I stared at the screen, a cold knot forming in my stomach. This was no accident. Someone wanted to keep the truth buried. But I couldn't turn back now. Not after everything I'd seen. I had to find out what was really happening on that mountain, even if it meant risking my own mind to do it. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about what I had discovered at the library. The yellowed newspaper articles painted a picture of a place steeped in quiet trouble, reports of illness, chemical spills, and a dismissed lawsuit. No one seemed to have connected those dots to the abandoned campsite or the strange journal entries I'd found. It was like the whole thing had been swept under the rug. I packed my bag quickly, feeling a strange urgency. I had to go back to the campsite, or what was left of it, and see if I could find more evidence. If this contaminant was still out there, it wasn't just a local problem, it could be far worse. But I was also aware that I couldn't trust my senses anymore. The man's warning echoed again, "Don't trust what your mind tells you." Driving back toward the mountain, the sky was overcast, and the air felt heavier than the day before. I parked near the old trailhead and started walking. The forest seemed denser now, the trees closing in tighter. I kept the journal in my backpack, along with a small notebook and pen. If I was going to understand this, I needed to keep track of everything, in case my memory started slipping. When I reached the campsite, I noticed the ground was wetter than before, patches of mud where the earth looked disturbed. The remains of the tents had collapsed further, and the smell of damp wood and rot hung in the air. I sat down on a fallen log and pulled out the journal again, flipping to the next set of entries. The handwriting was shaky in places. One entry caught my eye. Day 7, the headaches come in waves. Sometimes I see things that don't make sense, shapes shifting in the dark, voices in the wind. I don't know if it's the fumes or my mind breaking. I'm not alone here. I hear others, but when I look, there's nothing but trees. I closed the journal and looked around. The forest was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I tried to shake off the unease and stood up. I wanted to explore the area where the mining company had operated. According to the articles, the spill had come from an old storage site near the river, just a few miles from here. As I walked toward the river, I noticed something odd. The trees along the path looked twisted, their bark cracked and peeling. I reached out to touch one, and the rough surface felt brittle under my fingers. A sharp taste filled my mouth, metallic and bitter. I swallowed hard, wondering if I'd accidentally inhaled something. By the time I reached the riverbank, the water was murky and sluggish. I knelt down and dipped my hand in. The water felt cold and sticky. A sudden dizziness hit me, and I blinked rapidly, trying to clear my vision. I forced myself to stand, gripping a nearby rock for balance. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but the screen flickered and went dark. I tapped it a few times, then restarted it. When it finally lit up, the battery was at 15%, despite being fully charged last night. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The journal had mentioned devices malfunctioning near the site. I set my phone in airplane mode to conserve power and took out my notebook. I wrote down everything: the twisted trees, the taste in the air, the water's texture. Then I looked back toward the campsite. The forest between the river and the site seemed to shimmer slightly, like heat waves on pavement, but the temperature was cool. I hesitated, torn between going back and pushing forward. The rational part of me wanted to leave, but curiosity and a growing sense of responsibility kept me rooted. If this contaminant was still active, it could be harming others who came near. As I turned to head back, I heard a faint voice calling my name. I froze. The sound was soft, distant, almost. I scanned the trees but saw no one. My pulse quickened. The journal had warned about hearing voices, about being drawn deeper into the woods. I reminded myself that it was probably my imagination, or maybe someone else nearby. Still, I decided to call out. Hello? Is someone there? No answer. The forest was silent again, except for the rustling leaves. I kept walking, but the voice came back, clearer this time, my name, urgent and low. I stopped again, looking around. Shadows shifted between trees. My head felt heavy, and a dull ache pulsed behind my eyes. I leaned against a tree for a moment, breathing deeply. I told myself to stay focused. I wasn't going to let some trick of the mind stop me. But the deeper I went, the more I realized I couldn't trust what I saw or heard. The journal entries had described similar experiences: voices, shifting shadows, and a creeping sense of disorientation. Back near the campsite, I noticed something new: footprints in the mud. They were fresh, not more than a few hours old. They led toward the forest's edge but disappeared after a short distance. I followed them cautiously, my senses on high alert. The footprints ended near an old mining shack, half hidden by overgrown bushes. I hadn't seen it before. The door hung open, creaking slightly in the breeze. I glanced inside and saw old equipment covered with dust and rust. A small metal box sat on a table, its lid slightly ajar. I stepped inside, careful not to disturb anything. The air smelled stale and chemical-like. I opened the box and found a collection of papers, maps, notes, and a worn photograph of a group of miners. One of the notes was dated just weeks before the mine closed. It detailed an experiment with a new chemical used to speed up ore extraction. The author expressed concern about strange side effects among workers, memory lapses, confusion, and hallucinations. The note ended abruptly, the last line smudged and hard to read. Suddenly, I heard a noise outside, a branch snapping underfoot. I froze. Someone was nearby. Hello? I called, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. I stepped out of the shack and scanned the trees. There was no one in sight, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I decided I couldn't stay here alone. The contaminant was worse than I thought, and now someone else was in the area. Whether they were friend or foe, I didn't know. But I was certain of one thing: I couldn't turn back now. I had to find out what was happening, and fast. As I started walking back toward my car, I realized my vision was blurry. The edges of my sight flickered, and the world. The forest held its breath, as if waiting for me to make the next move. The voice was soft but firm, close enough to make me jump. I spun around, searching for the source. A figure stepped out from behind a tree, a man, wearing a worn jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. His eyes darted nervously. He looked exhausted, maybe a few years older than me. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to keep calm. He hesitated before answering. "Name's Mark. I've been around here a lot lately." "Why?" I asked. Looking for the same thing you are, I guess. His eyes flicked toward the shack. That place. It's dangerous. I glanced back at the shack, then at the journal in my hands. I found some notes inside. About the mine, the chemical experiment. People getting sick. Mark nodded grimly. Yeah. It's worse than you think. The company covered it up. Workers started losing their minds. Some disappeared. Others, well, they weren't the same when they came back. I swallowed hard. I thought it was just some old mining accident. Mark shook his head. No accident. They dumped chemicals to speed things up. It leaked into the ground, into the air around here. Anyone who stays too long starts to feel it, confused, paranoid. Some people go off the rails. I looked at him, wondering how much of this was true and how much was just fear talking. But the way his hands trembled and the haunted look in his eyes told me he wasn't making it up. Have you felt it? I asked. He nodded. Yeah. The first time, I barely made it out. Thought I was losing my mind. Came back later with some friends, but they didn't last. I'm the only one still here. I glanced at the trees again, suddenly aware of the shadows shifting just beyond my sight. Do you think someone else is out here with us? Mark's eyes darkened. Could be. People come here chasing stories, thrill seekers, or worse. Some don't want others poking around. The weight of the situation settled heavy on me. The chemical wasn't just an environmental hazard, it was turning people against each other, feeding fear and confusion. And now, with others in the area, I wasn't sure who I could trust. Can you help me get out? I asked. I need to get back before whatever this is gets worse. Mark hesitated, then nodded. I know a way. It's rough, but safer than the paths the company cleared. We moved cautiously through the trees, Mark leading the way. Every sound seemed sharper now, the crack of branches, the snap of twigs making me jump at every step. My head still throbbed, and the blurry edges of my vision didn't improve. Have you read the journals? Mark asked after a while. Some, I said. They describe people losing their grip on reality. Exactly, he said. The chemical messes with your brain. Causes hallucinations, memory loss. You start seeing things that aren't there, hearing voices, forgetting who you are. That hit too close to home. I'd felt something slipping in me, moments where I wasn't sure if what I saw was real. But hearing it from someone else made it more real, more terrifying. We reached a narrow trail that looked less traveled. This should take us to the main road, Mark said. But we need to move fast. The longer you stay here, the worse it gets. Suddenly, a noise came from behind us, soft footsteps, quick and deliberate. Both of us froze. Mark's hand went to his jacket pocket, but I stopped him. No tool. No tool. Stay calm, Mark whispered. Could be one of them. Who? I asked, heart pounding. People who've been here too long. They don't want others finding out. They get aggressive when cornered. The footsteps grew louder. I strained to see through the trees, but the darkness and my blurry vision made it impossible. Let's keep moving, Mark said quietly. Don't look back. We hurried down the trail, branches whipping against our faces. The steps followed, close now, steady and unrelenting. My breath came in short gasps, and the pounding in my head turned sharp. Why don't they just leave? I asked between breaths. Mark didn't answer. Instead, he pulled me behind a large oak when the footsteps stopped suddenly. We waited, barely daring to breathe. Minutes passed. The footsteps resumed, fading into the distance. "That was close," Mark said, his voice barely a whisper. "They're watching." I nodded, my hand shaking as I gripped the journal tighter. Whatever was happening here wasn't just the chemical. It was the people, the ones who stayed, the ones who vanished, and now whoever was stalking us. We pushed forward until the trees thinned, and the faint glow of the road appeared ahead. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. Mark stopped and looked back toward the forest. "You're not safe yet. There's something else you need to see before you go." I frowned. "What?" He pulled something from his jacket, a plastic bag containing a small vial filled with dark liquid. This is what they were dumping. The real poison. I stared at it, a knot tightening in my stomach. The chemical wasn't just a hazard in the soil or air, it was concentrated here, in this vial. The proof of what had poisoned so many, twisted so many minds. "Where did you get that?" I asked. "From the mine's containment unit. It's unstable. If it leaks, it could contaminate everything around here, including the water supply." I took a step back, suddenly understanding the stakes. This wasn't just about lost memories or hallucinations. It was about something much bigger, something that could keep spreading, hurting anyone who came near. "Why show me this?" I asked. "Because you're the only one who can get this out. The company will deny everything, but if you have this, you can prove it." My head was spinning. The blurry vision, the voices in my mind, the shadowy figures watching us, it all came down to that vial. And now, I had to decide whether to take it and risk everything or leave it and walk away from the truth. Before I could answer, a low sound came from behind us, a growl, or maybe a shout, something human but filled with rage. Mark grabbed my arm. "We need to move. Now!" As we ran toward the road, I realized there was no turning back. The chemical, the people, the secrets, they were all tangled together, and I was right in the middle of it. The question wasn't if I could get out of here alive. It was whether I could keep my mind intact long enough to do it. We didn't stop running until the road was a good 50 yards ahead and the growling faded behind us. I nodded, swallowing hard. "I'm going to call someone. Someone who can help us get this out to the right people." Mark didn't argue. He pulled his phone out, but the screen stayed blank. No signal. We were too far into the woods, too far from any real connection. I tapped the vial carefully with my finger. Holding it felt heavier now, like the weight of everything we'd uncovered was pressing down on me. The journal entries, the memories slipping away, the chemical that was poisoning minds, twisting reality, it was proof, but it was also a trap. "We have to get somewhere with a signal," I said. "We can't let this stay buried." We headed down the road, sticking to the cracked shoulder where the underbrush couldn't reach. The night was cold, and the silence around us was thick, but it was better than those woods. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see shadows closing in. By the time we reached the edge of a small town, my hand shook too much to dial properly. Mark took the phone from me and called the local police station. When they picked up, his voice was steady, but I could hear the tension beneath. "We found something at the old campsite," he said. "Possible contamination. People getting sick, confused. We need help." Minutes later, a patrol car pulled up with its headlights cutting through the night. The officers looked skeptical at first, but when we showed them the vial and the journal, their expressions changed. They radioed for backup and a hazmat unit. I sat on the curb, the journal on my lap, flipping through pages that had once been so full of fear and confusion. Now, they felt. The entries were more than stories, they were evidence of a slow unraveling, a domino effect caused by the chemical someone had hidden in the forest. As the officers took statements, I realized my own senses were still off. Colors seemed sharper, sounds too loud, and I couldn't trust my memory of the last few days. But I had to hold on. If I lost my grip on reality, everything we'd found would be for nothing. The next morning, the hazmat team arrived with equipment and began collecting samples from the campsite and surrounding area. The officers escorted Mark and me to the station for more questions. Despite the exhaustion, I answered as clearly as I could, knowing that this was bigger than either of us. Days passed. The news broke about the contamination at the campsite. The company responsible tried to downplay it, calling it an isolated incident with no proof of widespread harm. But the journal, the vial, the samples, they were hard evidence. I gave interviews, shared everything I knew, and worked with environmental experts who confirmed the presence of a toxic chemical affecting brain function. Slowly, the story gained traction. People who had disappeared or gone missing near the area were linked back to the contamination. Families finally had some answers. Mark and I stayed in touch, both of us changed by what we'd been through. The experience had left marks on our minds and on our bodies, but it also gave us purpose. We'd stopped the spread, but we couldn't forget what happened or pretend it didn't matter. One afternoon, a letter arrived from a lawyer representing the company. It was a standard denial, a refusal to accept responsibility. But it also acknowledged the need for further testing and promised cooperation with the investigation. I set the letter down and looked out the window. The woods were quiet now, but the threat wasn't gone. It was a reminder to stay vigilant. I kept the journal safe, a record of the truth I'd uncovered. It was a warning for anyone who might stumble upon that place next. The memories inside had been broken, but I hadn't let mine shatter. I was still here, still holding on. And I wasn't going anywhere. The night crept in slowly, shadows stretching long across the floorboards. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an uneasy silence that settled deep into my bones. I knew that the calm was fragile, a temporary pause before whatever came next. The woods didn't forget. They never did. My fingers traced the worn edges of the journal, the familiar weight grounding me. Each page held pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit neatly together, fragments of a story half told but never fully understood. I wondered how many others had tried to piece it together before me, and how many had failed. The answers weren't just hidden in ink and paper, they lingered in the spaces between, in the things left unsaid. I stood, moving toward the small desk where the letter lay folded, its official seal glinting faintly in the lamplight. Cooperation was a start, but I knew better than to trust words alone. The authorities were part of the story now, their involvement inevitable and complicated. I needed to be ready for questions, for scrutiny, and for the possibility that my findings might be dismissed or worse, buried. A sudden noise outside made me freeze. It was subtle, a rustle like a footstep on dry leaves, barely audible but unmistakable. My heart quickened. Someone or something was out there. I reached for the flashlight by the door, my breath steadying as I prepared to face whatever waited beyond the threshold. The past hadn't released me, and the future was uncertain. But this much was clear, the woods held their secrets tightly, and I was determined to unravel them, no matter the cost. Story 5, Misguided Route, tracked by Phantom GPS. I left the office later than usual that Friday night, the kind of late that made the streets nearly empty except for the occasional car heading home. I didn't want to. But when I looked up, the road stretched ahead, and the lights kept following. I had a choice to follow the GPS deeper into this place or stop and try to figure out what was going on. I put the car in gear and turned left. The road was narrower now, bordered by overgrown bushes. I could hear something, maybe the wind, maybe footsteps, I wasn't sure. I kept driving, hoping to find a way back to a familiar road, a way out. Then, The headlights blinked once, twice, and disappeared. I stopped the car and sat there, heart still racing. The GPS was silent. My phone was dead. The road behind me was empty. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I couldn't stay there. I needed to get home. But which way was home? I took a deep breath and forced myself to move. The weight of silence pressed on me, thick and suffocating. The narrow road stretched ahead, shrouded in shadow, the overgrown bushes closing in like fingers trying to trap me. I grabbed the door handle and stepped out, the gravel crunching sharply under my feet. The air was colder than I expected, each breath visible in the dim light. For a moment, I stood there, listening. No wind. No footsteps. Only the distant, rhythmic chirping of insects. I fumbled in my pocket for the small flashlight I always kept in the glove compartment. It was flickering weakly, barely illuminating a few feet in front of me. I clicked it a few times, willing it to work properly, then pointed the weak beam toward the road, trying to make out any familiar landmarks. Nothing. Just a winding stretch of asphalt disappearing into the darkness, hemmed in by bushes that looked unnervingly like they were leaning toward me. I felt the first prickling sensation of panic building in my chest. I shook my head, trying to clear it. This was just some back road I'd never taken before. There had to be a way out. I just needed to keep moving. But which way? I glanced back toward the spot where the headlights had vanished. The darkness there was absolute, and I swore I saw a flicker of movement, something small, darting between the bushes. My heart thudded painfully, and I took a step forward. The beam of the flashlight caught on something metallic on the side of the road, a rusted sign, half hidden by vines. I squinted. The paint was faded, but I could just make out the word Milltown and an item pointing ahead. Relief flooded through me. Milltown was a small village about 10 miles from home. If I kept going forward, eventually I'd hit the main highway. I started walking, flashlight in hand, moving carefully along the edge of the narrow road. The bushes brushed against my arms, their leaves damp and cold. Every few steps, I scanned the darkness, half expecting the headlights to reappear or some other sign of movement. After about 15 minutes, the road began to widen, the bushes thinning out. I could see patches of sky between the trees, cloudy and heavy, but the moon was faintly visible, too dim to light my way, but enough to give me a sense of direction. I kept going. Then, just as I was starting to feel my legs ache, the sound of running water reached my ears. I stopped, listening intently. There it was again, the gentle rush of a creek, a small stream crossing beneath the road. I crouched down at the edge and peered into the dark water flowing swiftly over smooth stones. The creek ran east to west, which meant I was heading north toward Milltown. Encouraged, I pressed on. The path began to change subtly, the asphalt cracked and broken in places, the weeds growing through the pavement. I was no longer sure I was on a road at all. Then, I spotted something else ahead, a dim glow, flickering like a candle. I approached cautiously. It was a small campfire, barely more than a smoldering pile of embers and ash, surrounded by scattered stones. Someone had been here recently, but there was no one around now. Near the fire, I saw footprints in the dirt, fresh and deep, probably from heavy boots. They led toward the woods on the right side of the road. I felt a chill. Why had someone lit a fire out here, so far from any visible house or trail? And why had they left it unattended? My instinct screamed at me to turn back, but the thought of retracing my steps into the unknown darkness filled me with dread. I was trapped between two dangers, return to the road where something unseen might be waiting, or venture into the dense forest where those footprints disappeared. The fire crackled softly, its orange glow flickering against the encroaching shadows, casting eerie shapes on the surrounding trees. I decided to follow the trail cautiously, keeping close to the edge where the moonlight barely penetrated. Each step felt heavier, the silence around me thick and oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of twigs underfoot. Deeper into the woods, the scent of damp earth mixed with something metallic like blood or rusted iron. Suddenly, a faint whisper brushed past my ear, so soft I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. My heart pounded as I stopped, breath visible in the cold night air, waiting for a sign of what was really out there. The whisper I thought I heard in the woods lingered in my mind as I stood still, the cold air settling against my skin. That confirmed my suspicion that something was wrong beyond just bad reception. While I waited for him to send more details, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty, but my headlights barely reached more than 20 feet. I felt vulnerable sitting there, parked on the side of an unfamiliar road with no one around for miles. My phone buzzed again. I pulled up satellite images from the last few years. Some of those roads have been closed or abandoned for a long time. I don't know why your GPS is sending me there. I typed back quickly. Could someone be messing with the GPS? Like remotely hacking it? Possible, but I don't know how. I'm digging into it. I put the phone down and looked around. The trees loomed on both sides, and the wind rustled the branches. The silence was heavy. Then I noticed a pair of headlights in the distance, slowly approaching from behind. My pulse quickened. The car came closer, moving steadily but not speeding. Whoever it was, they were following the same narrow road. I locked my doors again and kept my eyes fixed ahead, pretending not to notice. When the car drew near, it slowed down and matched my pace. I could just make out a dark shape behind the wheel. The headlights shone brightly in my mirror, but the driver didn't flash them or try to pass. They stayed behind me, steadily following. I felt trapped. The GPS was useless and seemed to be leading me deeper into this isolated area. Now, this vehicle was shadowing me. I didn't know if it was chance or something more deliberate. I sent Mark another message. Car behind me. Doesn't look. His reply was almost immediate. Keep driving. Try to find a place to pull over where you can see them. Don't stop on those back roads. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. I started driving slowly, looking for any sign of a side road or a clearing. The trees closed in tighter ahead, and the road narrowed. There was nowhere to turn off safely for a long stretch. Then, suddenly, the GPS app on my phone restarted by itself. The screen flashed and then displayed a new route, one I hadn't seen before. The line led straight into what looked like a small parking area near a building I hadn't noticed before, hidden by trees and darkness. I glanced in the mirror again. The car was still behind me but didn't seem to be accelerating. I debated whether to follow the new route or keep driving forward. Something told me that parking lot might offer answers. Maybe it was where whoever was behind all this had set something up. Or maybe it was a trap. I took a deep breath and turned sharply onto the side road the GPS had just shown me. The car behind hesitated for a moment, then followed. The parking lot was empty, except for one other vehicle parked near a building with boarded-up windows. The place looked abandoned, but the porch light flickered faintly. I killed my engine and sat there, heart racing. The car behind pulled in as well and parked a few spaces away. The driver didn't get out. Instead, the headlights stayed on, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. I unlocked my door and stepped out cautiously, phone in hand. The signal was still gone. No calls. No messages. I walked toward the building's entrance, the wooden boards creaking under my feet. The porch light buzzed and flickered again. I looked back at the car. The driver's silhouette was visible through the windshield, unmoving. I reached the door and pressed my hand against the weathered wood. It was locked tight. As I turned to leave, my phone finally buzzed again. A new message appeared, but not from Mark. It was an anonymous number. "You're closer than you think. Stop looking." I froze. The car's engine idled softly behind me. The headlights were still on. I had to decide. Keep pushing for answers or get back in the car and try to escape this place before it was too late. I swallowed hard, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling as the message sank in. Whoever was out here with me knew more than I did, knew where I was, what I was doing. The cold night air pressed in, thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic and sharp. I glanced back toward the car. The driver's seat was empty. No sign of Mark or anyone else. Just that unsettling quiet, broken only by the faint hum of the engine. My fingers trembled as I pocketed the phone. Logic told me to get out of here, drive away as fast as I could, and never look back. But part of me, some stubborn, reckless part, wanted to find out who was watching, who was warning me to stop. Was it a threat? A protection? The line between the two blurred in the dark. Then, a noise. Soft footsteps crunching over gravel, slow and deliberate. I turned sharply, heart pounding. From the edge of the woods, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadow. No flashlight, no greeting, just silence. The glow of the car's headlights silhouetted their form, but the face remained hidden. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice steadier than I felt. The figure stopped a few feet away, head tilting slightly, as if considering whether to respond. Then, a whisper tarried on the wind, "You're in deeper than you realize. Leave now, or be ready to lose everything." Before I could react, the figure melted back into the trees, swallowed by the darkness. I stood frozen, caught between the urge to flee and the stubborn pull of curiosity. Somewhere behind the locked door, secrets waited. And I was dangerously close to uncovering them. I stayed parked at the edge of that gravel clearing, the figure's warning echoing in my mind. I shook my head. I need to find out. The figure hesitated, then pulled something from their jacket, a folded piece of paper. They held it out to me. I took it cautiously and unfolded it. The note was typed, short and direct. "Stop digging or you'll disappear." "Others?" I asked. The person nodded once and turned away, disappearing into the trees without another word. I stood there, the paper crumpled in my hand, the weight of what I just heard sinking in. This wasn't just some random warning. There was a history here, one someone wanted to keep buried. I looked back toward the car. The headlights were on again, shining down the road. My stomach twisted. I didn't want to get back in, but I knew I had to move. Staying out here was no safer. As I walked back, I thought about the note. Disappear. Who were they? What had happened? The questions piled up, but the answers felt further away than ever. When I reached the car, the engine was running, the radio crackling softly with static. I climbed in and locked the doors. The headlights behind me remained, following at a steady distance. I started the engine and pulled onto the road. The GPS flickered back on, but this time it didn't reroute me. Instead, it showed a single route, a straight line leading to a town several miles away. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The headlights stayed behind, neither closing in nor falling back. Whoever was out there wasn't letting me go. I realized this wasn't about stopping me anymore. It was about control. I took a deep breath and hit the gas. There was no turning back now. Whatever I was chasing had already caught up with me. The steady thrum of the engine filled the car's cabin, blending with the rhythmic tapping of rain against the windshield. The world outside had blurred into streaks of gray and silver, the fading daylight swallowed entirely by the gathering storm. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles whitening as the headlights behind me remained steadfast, an unwavering beacon that refused to wane. The GPS's single glowing line seemed almost mocking now, a thin thread guiding me to whatever awaited in that distant town, a place I barely knew and yet now felt inexorably drawn toward. Questions flooded my mind. Why this route? Why here? But there was no time for answers, only the urgency of the chase and the chilling certainty that my pursuer held all the cards. As I sped along the cracked asphalt, a sudden movement caught my eye, a flicker in the corner of the road, where the dense trees clawed at the sky. I squinted, trying to focus through the sheets of rain. A figure stood motionless at the edge of the forest, barely visible in the dim light. They raised an arm, a faint wave, almost pleading. I hesitated, the instinct to stop battling with the primal urge to flee. The headlights behind me seemed to pulse in unison with my heartbeat. I couldn't tell if the apparition was friend or foe, but the choice was made the moment my foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The figure vanished as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the shadows. Then it stretched into an eternity. The town's outline finally emerged, dark and quiet against the storm, windows lit sporadically, streets slick and deserted. I pulled to the curb near a small diner, its neon sign flickering faintly, Maggie's Place. The GPS beeped softly, signaling the end of the route. My pursuer stopped just past the intersection, headlights dimming but not disappearing. They were waiting, watching. Inside the diner, the warmth and hum of quiet conversation felt like a fragile refuge. I slid into a corner booth, eyes fixed on the rain-streaked window. The door chimed, and a woman entered, shaking off droplets from her jacket. She noticed me immediately, her gaze sharp but not unfriendly. "You don't look like you belong here," she said, voice low, almost a whisper. "I'm looking for answers," I replied, voice rough. "And I'm running out of time." She nodded slowly, sliding into the seat across from me without invitation. "Then you're in the right place. But the truth here isn't easy. Sometimes it's the kind that changes everything you thought you knew." I swallowed hard. "I've already crossed a point of no return." She smiled faintly, a mix of sympathy and resolve. "Good. Then listen carefully." Outside, the storm intensified, rain hammering the windows like a warning. And somewhere beyond the small town's boundaries, the headlights waited patiently, shadows poised to reclaim what they had lost. Her voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible over the tempest's roar. "They're not just after the artifact. They want the knowledge it holds, secrets buried long before this town existed." I leaned in, heart pounding, as she revealed a faded map, its edges torn and stained. "This," she said, tracing a finger along a jagged line, "marks the path to the heart of the labyrinth. If we don't reach it first, everything we've fought for will be erased." The weight of her words settled like stone, and I realized the night had only just begun. The shadows deepened as a cold wind swept through, carrying whispers from the ancient walls beyond our sight. Her words echoed in my head as the rain hammered against the windows. She nodded, folding the map carefully and slipping it into her coat pocket. "The roads won't help us. The GPS is useless in this area. It's been rerouting you for a reason." I glanced at my phone, the screen dark where signal bars should have been. No service. No way to call for help. The headlights out there, just beyond the edge of the window, pressed against the rain. A sudden knock on the door made us both jump. I froze, eyes locked on the wood. She moved silently, reaching for the bolt and sliding it shut. "They're close," she whispered. "What do they want from us?" I asked, swallowing the lump in my throat. "More than the artifact or the knowledge it holds," she said. "Control. Power over what we don't understand and what they fear losing." I didn't have time to argue. We grabbed our coats and slipped out the back door, the storm swallowing the sound of our footsteps. The narrow alley behind the house was slick with rain and mud. We moved fast, knowing they could be watching every exit. The headlights flickered down the main road, then disappeared. I didn't dare look back. My phone remained useless, the screen stubbornly black. We reached my car, its metal frame shivering under the relentless rain. I unlocked the door and threw my bag onto the passenger seat. She slid in beside me, eyes sharp and alert. "I'm driving," I said, turning the key. The engine sputtered before roaring to life. "The map," she said, pulling it back out. "We have to follow it by memory. No GPS instructions." The rain blurred the windshield as I pulled onto the road. The familiar streets gave way to worn asphalt, cracked and forgotten. Trees leaned in like silent sentinels, their branches scraping the roof. Minutes passed in tense silence until the car jolted over a rough patch. The road narrowed, then vanished into a dirt path barely wide enough for the car. I slowed, heart racing. "Here," she said quietly. "This is the path." The headlights appeared again, far behind us. They stayed just out of sight, but I could feel them, constant and patient. "Do you think they're following us?" I asked. She didn't answer. The dirt road twisted sharply, forcing me to stop. I killed the engine and we sat in stillness. The only noise was the rain, steady and relentless. Then, from the darkness beyond the trees, a single beam of light cut through. I reached instinctively for the door handle, then stopped. If they saw us move too soon, it might give away our position. "They want us to stop," she said. "They're testing us. What if we turn around?" She shook her head. "That only leads back to them. We have to keep moving forward, but cautiously." I took a deep breath and started the engine again. The headlights behind us moved closer, but never fast enough to catch up. The dirt road curved through the forest. Suddenly, the car jolted again, this time more violently. I slammed on the brakes. The front tire was flat, shredded by some unseen obstacle. "We're stuck," I said, heart sinking. She grabbed a flashlight from the glove box and stepped out into the rain. I followed, the cold air hitting my face. "Look for anything that might have caused this," I said. We scanned the ground, broken branches and sharp rocks scattered across the path. Someone had been here before us and left a trap. "Someone wants to stop us," she said, voice low and steady. I nodded. "We can't fix this out here. We need to find a way to signal for help." Her eyes flicked to the trees, searching. "There's a clearing about a mile ahead. If we can make it on foot, maybe we can get a signal." I glanced back at the car. The headlights were closer now, just at the edge of the dirt road. They were waiting, watching. "We don't have much time," I said. We grabbed what we could from the car and stepped into the rain. The mud sucked at our boots as we moved quickly, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Behind us, the headlights followed, never stopping. The clearing came into view, an open space surrounded by trees. I pulled out my phone, desperate. The signal bars flickered weakly, then disappeared. "We have to keep moving," she said. Then she stopped. "Wait." I looked ahead and saw a figure standing just beyond the clearing's edge, barely visible in the rain. The headlights were off now. "Who's that?" I whispered. She shook her head. "I don't know." "But they're not one of us." The figure stepped forward, hands raised but empty. I could see the outline of a face, tense and unreadable. "Stop," the voice was calm but firm. You're going the wrong way. I took a step back, heart pounding. How do you know where we're going? The figure didn't answer. Instead, they motioned toward the trees behind us. They want to keep you from the labyrinth, the voice said. If you go further, you'll never come back. She stepped forward, voice steady. We don't have a choice. The figure hesitated, then nodded slowly. Follow me. I looked at her, unsure. She gave a quick nod, and we followed the stranger into the night, leaving the car and the headlights behind. The rain had eased, but the danger was far from over. We followed the stranger through the dark woods, the gravel crunching under our feet. I glanced at her, and she nodded, though her expression was still tense. Wait, I said. Who are you? Why are you helping us? The stranger didn't answer right away. Instead, they pulled a phone from their pocket and held it out. The screen lit up, showing a map with a route marked in blue. I've been watching. I know what's been happening with your GPS. Someone's been manipulating it, trying to keep you off the main roads. They don't want you to find the truth. I stared at the map. The route led to a small town I hadn't heard of before, a place that didn't show up on any of the apps I used. What truth? The stranger's eyes met mine. The people behind the reroutes are part of something bigger. They want to control who gets in and out of this area. If you want to get out safely, you follow this path. But you have to trust me. She stepped forward. We don't have a choice. Let's go. We took the phone and started walking again, this time following the stranger's directions. The path twisted and turned through the trees, but unlike before, the phone stayed connected. The signal came and went, flickering like a weak candle, but it was enough. After another 10 minutes, we reached a narrow road. The stranger stopped and pointed down it. That road leads to the highway. From there, you can get help. I looked back one last time. The woods were empty. No more figures, no headlights. Thank you, I said. The stranger nodded. Be careful. They may still be watching. We moved onto the road, the stranger's silhouette disappearing into the shadows behind us. We walked briskly toward the distant glow of passing cars. When we finally reached the highway, I pulled out my phone. The signal was solid again. And I called the local police to report everything, the rerouted GPS, the strange roads, the figure who warned us, and the people manipulating the system. The dispatcher listened carefully and promised to send a unit to investigate the area. They mentioned previous reports of missing people and strange activity, but said no one had been able to find the source. We waited by the roadside for the police to arrive. As the headlights approached, I realized how exhausted I was. The fear that had gripped me since the first reroute was still there, but so was a small relief. We were no longer alone. The officers took our statements and agreed to drive us back to the city. On the way, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those unfamiliar headlights again, but the road behind us was clear. When we got home, I sat down and thought about everything. The nights spent on forgotten roads, the lost signal, the feeling of being watched, it all made sense now. Someone had been trying to trap us, control us, and keep us from leaving. I emailed the GPS company to warn them, attaching the police report and the stranger's map. They responded quickly, promising to look into the issue. In the days that followed, news came out about a group running illegal roadblocks and intercepting travelers to force them into making false turns. It wasn't a secret society or anything supernatural, just people trying to protect their territory and keep outsiders away. I realized how easy it is to feel powerless when technology fails and when you're alone. But I also saw how important it is to trust others, even strangers, when things go wrong. That night in the woods changed me. I'm more cautious now, but I'm not afraid to ask for help or to question what I'm being told. I know that sometimes the greatest danger isn't from shadows or monsters, but from people and the choices they make to keep others lost. I haven't driven that way again. Instead, I stick to familiar roads, with my phone fully charged and my mind alert. The headlights never returned. But the memory of being rerouted, trapped, and finally freed is something I carry with me every time I get behind the wheel. That night taught me the weight of vigilance, how quickly normalcy can fracture and leave you grasping in the dark. It wasn't just the fear that lingers, it was the clarity that comes after, when every small decision feels charged with consequence. Since then, I've learned to trust my instincts more, even when everything seems calm. There's a strange comfort in routine, but I've also come to appreciate the importance of questioning why things are the way they are. It's easier to stay safe when you know what's around the corner, but sometimes the corners themselves shift without warning. I've told a few close friends about what happened, though often I see their eyes glaze over, the way people do when a story sits too far outside their own experience. But I don't share it to frighten them, I share it because it's real. Because sometimes the scariest roads aren't the ones you can't see, but the ones you think you know well. Every time I hear about someone else getting lost, about strange detours or unexplained delays, a knot tightens in my chest. I wonder if they felt that same creeping unease, that silent pressure to keep moving even when every instinct screams to stop. Driving home at night no longer feels like a mundane task. It's a reminder of how fragile safety can be, and how much control we really have over our own journeys. I still sometimes catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those headlights in the distance, but they never come. Maybe that's the real lesson, not that the danger is always present, but that the memory of it shapes me in ways I can't fully explain. And that sometimes, the best way to move forward is by staying alert, steady, and unafraid to turn around when the road ahead doesn't feel right. Story 6, Shifting Reality at Midnight, Trapped in a Warped Gas Station. I started the night shift at the gas station just after midnight. I blinked. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "Like, things moving around. Shelves, signs, even the pumps. It's weird." I smiled, thinking he was joking. "Must be the long night shift messing with you." He gave me a thin smile and left without buying anything. After he left, I checked the cameras again. The feed was glitchy, flickering between different angles I hadn't seen before. The parking lot looked smaller, almost cramped. I rubbed my eyes and tried to focus on the controls, but the buttons seemed sluggish. I went to the back room to grab a snack and noticed the door handle was loose. It wobbled in my hand. I tightened it quickly, but the moment I stepped back into the store, the layout felt different again. The snack fridge was on the opposite wall. I stood still for a moment, trying to remember how it was arranged before. It wasn't right. I walked around, checking the aisles. The shelves looked the same, but their positions didn't match what I knew. My phone buzzed on the counter. It was a text from the owner. "Everything okay there?" Got a weird call from a trucker about the cameras. I typed back, "Not sure. The feeds are acting up. The layout feels off too." No response. The night wore on, and the changes kept happening. Faces I didn't recognize slipped in and out of the store. None of them bought anything, just moved through. The camera angle shifted, showing areas that didn't match the building's floor plan. I started to feel. I tried to call the owner, but the line was dead. The payphone outside was unplugged. I was completely alone. I checked the security room again. The footage was no longer real time. It lagged behind by minutes, sometimes flicking forward or jumping to earlier scenes. I saw myself on the screen, sitting at the register, but the timestamp didn't match the actual time. It was. I leaned back in my chair, breathing hard. Something was wrong, and I didn't know what. But I knew I had to stay alert, because whatever was happening wasn't by accident. That's when the lights flickered and went out for a moment. When they came back on, the front door was locked tight. I tried it. No movement. I was trapped inside the gas station, with no way out and no idea who was watching or why they wanted to keep me here. I scanned the room, eyes adjusting to the harsh fluorescent glow that hummed unevenly overhead. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped animal. The smell of stale coffee and motor oil filled the air, but beneath it all was something else, a faint metallic tang, almost imperceptible, that made my skin crawl. The cash register beeped again, the screen flashing nonsensically. I took a cautious step toward it, half expecting some hidden message or clue, but it was just a glitch. Or was it? The word run blinked briefly before vanishing. A prank? Maybe. But the timing was too precise, too deliberate. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of movement. The aisles were cluttered with snacks and sodas, their colorful packaging a stark contrast to the tension choking the air. I reached for my phone, but the screen stayed black. No signal. No service. It was as if I'd been cut off from the world entirely. A sudden noise shattered the silence, a faint tapping, like fingernails drumming against glass. I whipped around, heart in my throat. The noise came from the back storage room, the one with the sliding metal door I'd barely noticed before. Why hadn't I checked it when I first got here? I hesitated, then stepped toward it cautiously. The door was slightly ajar, just enough to let a sliver of shadow seep into the main store. I pushed it open with a creak and peered inside. The storage room was cramped and dimly lit by a single overhead bulb that flickered like the lights outside. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with canned goods and cleaning supplies. But something else caught my eye, a small, battered tape recorder sitting on the floor, a red light blinking to show it was recording. I knelt down and pressed play. A distorted voice crackled through the speaker, whispering, "You don't know who you're dealing with. Stay alert. Trust no one." Then the tape hissed and fell silent. My breath hitched. Who had left this here? And why? Before I could ponder further, a faint shuffle echoed behind me. I whirled around, but the room was empty. The door to the main store was now wide open, but the lock still held tight. The store seemed to be a cage, and I was its prisoner. I stepped back out, heart racing. The lights flickered again, and this time, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. I couldn't tell if it was the chill of the night seeping through the walls or something else. Something alive. I needed to think. To find a way out. But there was no sign of who had trapped me here or why. The more I looked, the more the gas station seemed less like a building and more like a trap woven from silence, shadow, and secrets I wasn't meant to uncover. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure standing just beyond the aisles, half hidden behind a row of chips and candy bars. I froze. The figure stepped forward slowly, revealing a face obscured by the brim of a worn baseball cap. No smile, no greeting. Just eyes, cold, unblinking, and fixed on me. "We don't like visitors." The voice was low, almost a growl. "And you're not supposed to be here." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my shaking hands. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure's lips curled into a faint sneer. "Questions get you nowhere. Best you keep quiet and wait." "Wait for what?" I challenged, though my voice trembled. The figure took a step closer, and I caught a glint of something metallic in their hand. A key? A tool? It was impossible to tell. This. The figure's hand tightened around whatever it was, and I took a cautious step back toward the counter, keeping my eyes locked on them. I hesitated for a moment, then opened the folder. Inside were dozens of short video clips, none of which appeared on the regular playback timeline. I clicked on the most recent recording. The footage showed the store earlier that night. The aisles looked familiar, but there was a strange detail. The layout was different. A whole row of shelves was missing from the image, replaced by an empty space that didn't exist in reality. I toggled back and forth between the live feed and the hidden clips. The store's interior shifted subtly in the hidden footage, like someone had rearranged the shelves and displays to confuse anyone watching. The changes were small but deliberate. Then I spotted something else, a figure moving through the store, their face obscured by the same baseball cap I had seen earlier. They moved with purpose, stopping to adjust the shelves, rearranging products, but never looking at the camera. It was. I leaned back, my mind racing. Someone had been inside while I was locked out or distracted. They were changing the store's layout and manipulating the cameras to keep me disoriented. But why? A sudden noise made me jump. The door to the security room creaked open slowly. I spun around, eyes wide. The figure from before stood there, the baseball cap pulled low, watching me. "We told you to wait." The voice was quiet but firm this time. "You're digging too deep." I swallowed hard. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" They stepped into the room, revealing a face that was tired, but not hostile. "This place isn't just a gas station. It's a maze. And you're not supposed to find the exit." I frowned. "What do you mean? Who set this up?" The figure looked away, then back. "It's not about who. It's about control. You can't trust what you see here, not the store, not the cameras, not me." I felt my stomach twist. "Then how do I know what's real?" They smiled faintly, almost sadly. "You don't. Not yet." Before I could say anything else, they turned and left the room, pulling the door shut behind them. I was alone again, staring at the flickering monitors, the looping footage, and the shifting aisles. I realized then that if I stayed here, I might never find my way out. But if I left, I had no idea what I'd be walking into outside. I had to figure out the rules of this trap, and fast, before the gas station swallowed me whole. I took a shaky breath and forced myself to move away from the monitors. The pale humming of the fluorescent lights overhead was the only sound, punctuated by the occasional beep from a cash register somewhere deep in the labyrinth. The aisles stretched endlessly in every direction, their fluorescent glow casting long, unnatural shadows. Each shelf was perfectly stocked, every product frozen mid-cycle in some bizarre, static moment. I stepped cautiously toward the nearest aisle, the rubber soles of my shoes muffling my footsteps on the linoleum floor. The scent of stale coffee and plastic filled the air, a synthetic nostalgia that made my skin crawl. I reached out and touched a can of soda. It was cold, real enough, but the label seemed to shift under my fingers, the colors bleeding and reforming like a faulty hologram. As I turned down the aisle, I noticed something odd. The products on the shelves were arranged in patterns, almost like a code. Rows of cans lined up by size, color, and shape, but the order wasn't random. It was deliberate, methodical. I frowned, trying to decipher the logic. Maybe the key to escape was in the arrangement, the puzzle hidden beneath the grocery aisles. I walked further, eyes scanning the shelves. Bottles of syrup aligned in neat rows, their amber hues catching the flicker of the lights. Boxes of cereal stacked with military precision, each brand repeated in a precise ratio. It was as if the store itself was trying to communicate, using merchandise as a language I hadn't yet learned to read. A sudden noise made me freeze. Something clattered in the distance, a metallic ring, like a dropped key or a shifting shelf bracket. My heart hammered as I strained to listen. The store was supposed to be empty, but I wasn't alone. Something else was here with me, lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. I hurried toward the sound, taking a left at the end of the aisle and then another right. The smell of spilled gasoline and burnt rubber grew stronger, mingling with the artificial coffee scent. Ahead, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting behind a display of energy drinks. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" No answer. The silence felt heavier than before, pressing down on me like a physical weight. I edged closer, heart racing, and found the source of the noise, a small, shattered glass bottle lying on the floor, its contents slick and dark. Nearby, a smeared footprint, muddy and wet, marked the linoleum, leading further down the aisle. I followed it, the trail winding between shelves of canned beans and candy bars. As I moved deeper, the lights flickered, and a cold draft rustled the plastic packaging. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a figure standing motionless, half hidden behind a freezer door. For a moment, I thought it was just my imagination. But then the figure stepped forward, a woman, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. She looked as lost as I felt. Her lips parted, but before she could speak, a low, mechanical groan echoed through the aisles, followed by the soft whir of gears. The freezer door slammed shut behind her with a deafening clang. "No!" I shouted, rushing forward, but the door was sealed tight. My hands battered the cold metal, but it wouldn't budge. From somewhere above, a voice crackled through the intercom, distorted and eerie. "Welcome to the game. Find the truth before it finds you." I swallowed hard, the weight of those words sinking in. This wasn't just a trap, it was a test, a twisted challenge designed to break me. And the woman behind the door was just the beginning. I stepped back, looking around desperately for any exit, any clue, anything at all. The aisle shimmered and the freezer door slammed shut behind her, echoing through the empty aisles. I froze. The phrase echoed in my mind, making me look around the room. I felt a cold sweat break across my forehead. If someone was watching, who were they? And why? I stepped back, heading toward the front again. The store's faint hum returned, but now I could hear another sound layered underneath, a faint whispering, like a crowd murmuring just beyond the walls. I told myself it was the air conditioning, or maybe my imagination, but the sound didn't stop. It grew louder as I moved through the aisles, a soft chorus of voices speaking too low to understand. At the register, I sat down, rubbing my temples. I needed a plan. I glanced at the door leading to the manager's office, a place I hadn't dared to enter yet. Something told me the answers might be inside. I unlocked the door with the spare key hanging on my lanyard and stepped in. The office was small, cluttered with papers and a corkboard covered in notes and photos. My eyes caught a detail that made my stomach twist, a picture of the gas station from years ago. But someone had scribbled over the building in black ink, twisting its shape into something monstrous. Pinned next to it was a list of names and dates. Most were crossed out, but one name stood out, mine. I stared at it, disbelief rising. Why was my name there? And why was this list hidden away in the manager's office? A noise behind me startled me. I spun around. The door was closed, but the faint outline of a figure stood just outside the frosted glass window. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I told myself I was imagining things, but the unease didn't fade. I grabbed the list and the photo, stuffing them into my pocket. I needed to get out of here, to find someone, anyone, that could explain what was happening. I headed back to the front door, but it wouldn't open. I pulled at the handle, but it was locked tight. The exit sign outside flickered again, but the door remained sealed. Then the intercom crackled to life. The same distorted voice spoke, quieter this time. "You're closer than you think. Keep looking." I dropped the keys I was holding. The word looking felt like a command and a threat all at once. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. There was no turning back now. Whatever this place was, whatever game I was in, it was designed to break me down piece by piece. I decided to check the security room again. Maybe the cameras had recorded something new. Maybe I could find a pattern. Back in the cramped room, I powered on the monitors. The screens flickered to life, showing the store's twisted layout again. Then, suddenly, the image shifted. The freezer door was open. The woman from before stood inside, but this time she was looking right at the camera, her eyes pleading. Then the screen cut to static. I slammed my fist on the desk. This wasn't just a glitch. Someone was controlling the feed, controlling what I could see, controlling what was real. The whispering voices returned, louder now, and I heard a faint knock, this time at the back door. I froze. The back door was supposed to be locked. No one should be out there. The knock came again, slow and deliberate. I had to decide, open the door and face whoever was out there, or hide and hope they left. Before I could move, the intercom crackled once more. "Time's running out," the voice said. "Choose wisely." I swallowed hard, feeling every nerve on edge. The game had just gotten serious. There was no going back. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure the intruder could hear it. I edged toward the window, peeking through the thin curtain to catch a glimpse of whoever was out there. The moonlight barely illuminated the porch, but I could make out a shadowy figure standing motionless, hands in pockets. They leaned slightly forward, as if watching me as intently as I was watching them. The knock came again, slow and hollow, echoing in the stillness. I glanced back at the intercom, the faint glow from its screen taunting me. "Time's running out." The words replayed in my mind, each syllable dripping with menace. I needed a plan, but panic was clouding my thoughts. Suddenly, my phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. I darted over and snatched it up. A single message appeared, "Behind you." My blood ran cold. I spun around, breath catching in my throat, but the kitchen was empty, save for the dim glow of the refrigerator light. I backed toward the living room, trying to stay calm. The faint sound of footsteps creaked from the hallway behind me. Whoever was in this house was moving, and fast. Another buzz from my phone, closer. Frantically, I scanned the room for something to defend myself with. My eyes landed on the heavy brass candlestick on the coffee table. Gripping it tightly, I moved toward the hallway entrance, ready to confront whatever awaited me. A creak from the upstairs floorboards drew my attention. Someone or something was moving above me. The silence was shattered by the intercom once more, the voice colder than before, "Not much time left." The choice is clear. I had to decide, make a break for the front door, or barricade myself in a room and wait for help that might never come. My fingers trembled as I reached for the doorknob, the shadowy figure outside now joined by a second silhouette, both lurking just beyond the threshold. Then, suddenly, the power flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. My breath hitched. In the pitch black, the knocks turned into pounding, urgent, desperate. The game's final move was here, and I was its only player. The pounding on the door didn't stop. I didn't lower the candlestick. "Who are you? What do you want?" The shorter one glanced sideways. "We've been watching you. You're not safe here." Something about the way they said it made my stomach knot. "Watching me?" I repeated. "What do you mean?" The taller one stepped back a little, hands raised. "Look, this place isn't just a gas station. There's more going on than you know. We've been trying to get in to warn you." I frowned, trying to piece it together. Warn me about what? Before they could answer, a crackling sound came from the intercom. The screen beside it flickered to life, showing static. Then the image sharpened, revealing the inside of the store, the aisles, the counter, and me standing there in the emergency light. The shorter one's eyes went wide. They're messing with the cameras again. I moved closer to the screen. The angle was off. The shelves weren't aligned properly, and the person on the feed looked smaller, thinner, like a distorted reflection of myself. Then the image shifted, and suddenly the two figures at the door appeared on the screen, but their faces were blurred, unrecognizable. What the hell? I muttered. From somewhere in the store, a soft beep echoed. The security system was rebooting, but the footage was scrambled, jumbled. I realized the person or people outside had control over the cameras. This wasn't just about scaring me anymore. They were manipulating what I saw, what I could trust. The taller one shifted his weight. You need to come with us. We can get you out, but you have to trust us. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to believe them. Another part screamed to run the other way. How do I know you're not part of this? That you haven't been messing with the cameras too? They exchanged a glance. We're the ones trying to break the cycle. We've been stuck here too. I frowned. What cycle? The shorter one looked around nervously. The same thing that's been happening to you. People come here, get trapped in this place that keeps changing. The cameras, the layout, it's all part of a control system. And the people running it don't want anyone out. I swallowed hard. The idea sounded crazy, but the evidence was right in front of me. The shifting store, the impossible angles on the cameras, the voices over the intercom. Why me? I asked. Why now? The taller one stepped closer. Because you're the first to notice. The first to fight back. They don't want anyone. I looked at the door again, where the pounding had stopped completely. The silence had returned, but it felt heavier now. Okay, I said finally. What do I do? The shorter one pulled out a small device, something like a remote with buttons and a tiny screen. This can override some of the controls, but only for a short time. We have to move fast. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Together, we pushed open the door and slipped outside. The night air hit me, cool and real. For the first time in hours, I felt a flicker of hope. But as we moved away from the building, I glanced back. The gas station stood silent, ordinary in the moonlight. Nothing about it looked wrong. Yet I knew better. The place was still watching, still waiting. And I wasn't free yet. We didn't stop moving, the crunch of gravel under our feet loud in the quiet night. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward us like fingers, and every rustle in the bushes set me on edge. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, but my mind raced, replaying every detail of that gas station, the flicker of the flickering neon sign, the strange hum that had thrummed just beneath the surface of silence, the way the air had felt thick, as if it were pressing down on us. You think they'll come after us? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Sarah glanced back once, then forward again. They always do. But it's about how fast we can disappear now. I nodded, forcing my legs to carry me faster. The path ahead was faint, a faint trail through the underbrush that would lead to the old road. From there, we could find a car, or maybe hitch a ride somewhere far away. Anywhere but here. The wind shifted and carried a faint scent, something metallic, sharp. My heart skipped a beat. I stopped abruptly, hand gripping Sarah's arm. Did you smell that? She sniffed the air, frowning. Yeah, she said slowly. They're close. I cursed under my breath. We broke into a run, branches tearing at our sleeves, thorns snagging our boots. The night seemed to thicken around us, the trees closing ranks. Every snap of a twig behind us made me stumble over my own feet. Suddenly, a distant shout broke the night. Not loud, but urgent. We froze, eyes wide, hearing footsteps pounding in rhythm, echoing our own. They found us, Sarah whispered, panic rising in her voice. We need to split up. I hesitated. Splitting meant risking it all, but staying together might mean getting caught. I looked into her eyes and saw the same fear mirrored there. Go left, I said, pointing toward a narrow path sloping down a hill. I'll circle around right. No, she shook her head, biting her lip. They'll catch me. You're faster. Don't argue, I said, already moving. Run. We separated, each swallowed by the darkness, the sounds of pursuit growing louder. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pushed through low branches, heart hammering. The gas station was gone behind me, but the weight it carried, the danger, the unknown, felt like it was catching up. Ahead, I spotted headlights flickering in the distance. Salvation or another trap, I didn't know. But I had to believe it was the former. Clinging to that hope, I sprinted toward the light, praying I could outrun the night. I ran toward the flickering headlights, muscles burning, lungs gasping for air. No answer. Just a distant hum of an engine somewhere down the road and the rustle of leaves. I moved closer to the truck and noticed a man sitting inside, head tilted forward, hands resting on the steering wheel. It was Sarah. Relief and confusion hit me at the same time. Sarah? I said, tapping the window. She looked up, eyes wide and wild. I found a way out, she said, voice shaky. But it's not safe yet. I climbed into the passenger seat, and she started the engine. The truck rolled forward slowly, headlights cutting through the night. I glanced back toward the dark woods where we had split. The gas station was nowhere in sight. It was. What's going on? I asked. Sarah swallowed hard. I don't know. I think the whole reality around us is being manipulated. The security footage. The layout changes the people we saw. They're all part of some plan to trap us. I nodded, trying to make sense of it. But why? Who would do this? She shook her head. Someone with access to the cameras, to the system. Someone watching us. I think they want to keep us confused, scared, maybe break us. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't just isolation or a prank anymore. It was a deliberate game, and we were the targets. The truck rumbled down the cracked road. We didn't speak for a while, the silence thick with everything left unsaid. Then Sarah pulled over near a small roadside diner, its neon sign flickering and buzzing. We need to find a place with real people. A phone, anything. Inside the diner was nearly empty, the few patrons casting curious glances our way. The waitress. A middle-aged woman with tired eyes listened without judgment when we explained we'd been trapped in some kind of nightmare at the gas station. She handed us her cell phone and promised to call the police. While waiting for the call to connect, I replayed everything in my head, the strange faces, the shifting aisles, the tampered footage. Whoever was behind it was clever, patient, and willing to keep us trapped in a loop of fear. The police arrived within the hour, their presence a thin thread of safety. They took our statements, asked questions about the gas station's location, the strange people we'd seen, and the odd changes in the building. When I mentioned the security footage being manipulated, they exchanged uncertain looks but promised to investigate. Back at the gas station with the officers, the place looked normal, no shifting aisles, no unfamiliar faces. The security footage showed nothing unusual, just a static view of the empty station after closing hours. It was. I felt the weight of disbelief settle around us. Sarah and I exchanged glances. We knew what we'd been through, but without proof, it was just a story. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The gas station remained closed, locked up tight, but the memory of that night lingered. I stopped taking the night shift. I needed daylight, normalcy. Sarah and I stayed in touch, both of us changed by the experience. We talked often, reminding each other that what we faced was real, even if no one else wanted to believe it. Eventually, the police reported no leads. The gas station's owner had no explanation. The strange faces never showed up again. The security system was checked and deemed secure, but I knew better. Someone had been inside, someone who wanted to trap us in that shifting reality. I learned to trust my instincts more after that. To pay attention to the small details others might miss. And most of all, I learned to accept that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters, they're people who manipulate what we see, what we believe, and who we can trust. The night shift was behind me, but the fear stayed with me for a long time. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I realized. The world around me could change without warning, and I might never know when I was truly safe again. I found myself watching shadows differently, listening to silences as if they spoke volumes, and questioning the motives behind every friendly smile or casual word. It wasn't paranoia, it was vigilance born from experience. Trust became a currency I spent sparingly, and even then, only on those who had earned it through consistent truthfulness. The world felt smaller and larger at the same time, smaller because the safe places were fewer, but larger because the hidden layers beneath everyday life revealed themselves, full of complexities and dangers I had never imagined. Days blended into nights, but the unease lingered, a subtle hum beneath the surface of my thoughts. I started noticing patterns in behavior, inconsistencies in stories. Sometimes, people's intentions were cloaked so well that even my sharpened instincts struggled to pierce them. It was exhausting, but necessary. I realized that survival wasn't just about avoiding physical threats, it was about navigating the labyrinth of deception and half-truths woven into our social fabric. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, there were moments of clarity. Moments when I caught glimpses of genuine kindness, of unguarded humanity shining through the cracks. Those moments reminded me that while fear could be a powerful teacher, hope remained a stubborn light, one worth holding onto, even when the darkness pressed close. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew I wouldn't let fear dictate my every step anymore. Instead, I would move forward with eyes wide open, ready for whatever truths or lies lay ahead.